Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, dear Deputy Prime Minister Bartosz, dear Director General Roberto Viola, dear ministers, dear ambassadors, dear guests, welcome to the high-level multi-stakeholder event on the future of the internet. My name is Jakub Kajtman, I work for the European Commission, and I will be co-hosting today's event together with my colleague Eva.
Good morning also from my side. My name is Eva Jordan-Vaňková, and with Jakub we are grateful to have you here today in Prague to listen, discuss and exchange opinions and to work together to shape the future of the internet.
We also welcome the participants who are watching us online, because that's what the event today will be about. It will be a hybrid format, so we have dozens or maybe hundreds of people who are also watching us online. And as you can see, you can also follow the discussions in 3 different languages. We have interpretation in English, French and Spanish, so you can use the devices that are available at the entrance of this room, and you can switch on to the language that you prefer. But coming back to the hybrid version of the event, this is of course all thanks to the internet. And Eva, to start with, I would actually like to check with you if you know when was the internet born? When did this all start?
That's a great question, Jakub, and I can tell you I know this exactly.
I thought that you would be prepared.
The research into a global communication network started already in the 60s of the last century, when at that time the researchers were looking for a way to exchange data. But officially, the community considers the internet birthday to be the 1st January of 1983. Another big milestone took place in 1989, the revolutionary year, when the British computer scientist Tim Berners-Lee invented a World Wide Web that linked hypertext documents into an information system accessible from anywhere. And Jakub, I wonder how old you were in 1989.
Yeah, Eva, I see that you got well prepared for today's event, and my age, I was 1 year old at 1989. But what this means is that it's only 35 years old, the internet. And it's not so long in history, but a lot has happened. And the internet has enabled a lot during these 35 years. It has really changed the life of every human being. Work, entertainment, healthcare, energy, sport, agriculture, and even our democracies. Everything is today powered by the internet. And it connects people, it starts to connect objects as well. It enables new businesses, innovation, but it also brings threats, such as cybercrime or spread of disinformation. And all these trends were just accelerated by the pandemics, when we really realized that our societies cannot function without this global network.
And that's why it's so essential that we take very good care of the internet and we make sure that it remains beneficial for the society and economy. Earlier this year, 60 signatories from all around the world agreed on a shared vision for an internet that is open, free, global, interoperable, reliable and secure. And by signing the Declaration on the Future of the Internet, signatories affirmed their commitment to protect and respect human rights online across the digital world.
Exactly, and one of the signatories, or many of the signatories, were also the EU member states. And let's just have a quick look at what the President of the European Commission said at that time. And let's read it, because I think these words exactly sum up the reason why we are meeting here today. The future of the internet is also the future of the democracy and of humankind. The declaration will ensure that the values we hold true offline are also protected online, and it aims to make the internet a safer and trusted space for everyone, and to ensure that the internet serves our individual freedom. As I said, the main reason why we are meeting today is just in these words.
I think that the same applies to this statement from the White House. The internet has been revolutionary. It provides unprecedented opportunities for people around the world to connect and to express themselves, and continues to transform the global economy, enabling economic opportunities for billions of people. Yet it has also created serious policy challenges.
Indeed. And so in a nutshell, we are at a unique point where we, and you and us together can shape our future in line with the values and principles described in the declaration. So today's event will mark the next step in this journey. It's actually for the first time when this multi-stakeholder community is gathering here and online. And in a few minutes, we will start with the opening statements and then later on with the Ministerial roundtable and parallel workshops and of course panel debate here on the plenary scene.
In the afternoon, we will also discuss challenges and risks related to disinformation and their spread online, especially in the context of the invasion of Russia to Ukraine. And you will also have a lot of opportunities to network and discuss with other participants on that time. Also, of course, during the whole day. We really wanted the event to be start of the new collaboration towards a better internet in this regard.
And so we have invited outstanding speakers from all over the world who will join us on the stage or connect online. And you will be also able to network, right?
Correct. You will also be able to network and maybe find partners for your future projects that we would like very be glad that it will happen. In a nutshell, and agreed in the declaration, the multi-stakeholder community should be at the heart of this effort to shape the internet. So that should be in our minds for today, for sure. And at today's event, this community is meeting, as we said.
And that's the objective of today, to meet, to start working together, and to establish this partnership or to bring the declaration into practice. Now, few last housekeeping messages. As I said, you have the interpretation here. You can also tweet with the hashtag DFI2022, and this is goes also for our participants online.
I would only like to shortly add that the main organizer of today's event is the European Commission, in collaboration with the Czech presidency of the European Union of the Council and the European External Action Service. We are grateful that we have the possibility to meet and discuss the implementation of the declaration in this beautiful city of Prague.
So thank you very much once more for coming or for connecting online. And I think without further ado, we move to the opening remarks. Eva, it's you to introduce the first one, right?
Indeed, so without further ado, allow me to introduce our first speaker of the day, the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Bartoš, of the Czech Republic for Digitalization. The floor is yours, please. Mr. Deputy Minister is a outspoken advocate of a free internet and has steered Czechia these past 2 years in digital transformation. So we are delighted to have you here and thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you very much, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Dear guests participating online on this hybrid event, I'm honored that I can welcome you here in Prague during the Czech presidency in the Council of the European Union. And we proudly host this multi-stakeholder high-level event organized by the European Commission to follow up on the declaration of the future of the internet. As one of the countries who is signed there as well, we strongly believe that the internet needs to be open, free, global, interoperable, reliable, and of course secure. And it should reflect democratic system which is based on human rights and citizens' active participation in democratic processes. Here in Czech Republic, we have a long experience with on freedom. For more than 40 years, those democratic values and rights were suppressed by the communist regime. Therefore, I feel very strong about their protection in the real world, but also online. And we are proud that we can carry the legacy of our first democratic president, Václav Havel, who has been a strong proponent of democratic values in the world. And we also choose a statement that we should take Europe as a task, as a motto of our presidency in the Council of EU, which explain a lot about our activities. It saddens me that here again, there are tendencies to suppress human rights and freedoms in some countries. And the role of the internet is very important, is a viable source of information and should serve worldwide as a platform for free speech while respecting democratic laws and should not be censored by the ruling power or somehow shaped by the gatekeepers. And there are also a lot of attacks on the infrastructure and internet itself. And those could be and shall be, in particular cases, considered as an aggression or even the war on the hybrid place. The internet is also being misused to spread misinformation and disinformation, as was said here in the very beginning. And online platforms offer wide reach of an audience, unfortunately, sometimes enable also a spreading of malicious and misleading or untruthful information very quickly, and we shall tackle that as well with respect to the freedom of speech. These targeted misleading aims can pose threat not only to the citizen, considering their health, their safety, but also to disrupt the society, undermine the authority of a state, and through all these levels to lead to the collapse of the whole countries, because that's what we call the hybrid war. That's what we experienced before Russian aggression to Ukraine, but we see it more and more often. And especially when such activity is financed by a state. We need to focus on tackling this way of a hybrid war, disinformation, while protecting freedom of the speech of our citizens online and also in the real world. And to fight that, it's not about the technology only, but it's one of them goal also of the digital decade. We have to focus on the upskill of the citizens of the EU. We need to teach the media literacy to our citizens and support also online platform providers to aim and mitigate somehow, with respect to the freedom of speech, this spread of false information. So we all do have a task in this specific matter, teaching not only the financial literacy that we were often discussed historically, but just the skills that are needed to be active citizen in 21st century, to don't be misled by false information on the internet, to turn the information society approach that we had last 20 years to a knowledge society, when people flooded sometimes with the information can make the decisions on their own, understand the matter of the problems, and be engaged on the public level and also experience their democratic rights through the election, through the participation. With the current international situation, of course, there is much more focus and importance of cooperation, not only between the countries within EU, but also with all democratic world. And I'm talking East and the West as well. Historically, one of the most important cooperations was, and it is right now, transatlantic cooperation. With our partners from the United States, we share the common purpose, and we got together the deep commitment to uphold the values of democracy, freedom, fair competition on the internet. Again, this background, we are a strong supporter of the transatlantic dialogue currently happening under the auspices of the EU-US Trade and Technology Council, the short abbreviation TTC, that carries the vision that is own to Europe and our liberal thinking, and that is embraced in the declaration of the future of the internet as well. How we shape or how we set up the rules that are applied to the internet today, well, that will for sure determine our future for decades to come. So we are building something that's gonna shape our future, shape our economy, shape European competitiveness, but also in the matter of protecting democracy and the liberal world. And it's something that we should be determined very deeply, that we should coordinate on the European level, but as I said, with the other partners all around the world. The thoughts, values and principles that are in the declaration of the future of the internet must not stay just on the paper or only in the paper. We shall take action to fulfill them, to take those principles and commitments and bring them to the ground, do the real action, invite others to join this common goal. Thus today we are going to discuss practical matters of securing these principles, both on the policy and on the stakeholder level as well. And I truly believe that today's discussion will help us in this effort, in this cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here physically or online. I wish you a productive conference, and let me now give the floor to the Director General, Roberto Viola, who will speak on behalf of the European Commission. Roberto, please.
Dear Deputy Prime Minister, dear Ivan, dear friends that you are here and connected online. It's for me a pleasure to be with Ivan opening today this event. This event is about reflecting on the meaning of the future of Internet and the commitment that the signatories of the Declaration for the Future of Internet made. It was remarked that Internet was born in the late 80s. And if you remember, at that time there was a famous blockbuster movie, Back to the Future, with the flying people, I mean, all sorts of things, but there was one thing missing, the Internet. The social media was not there. And that gives you the unprecedented change that the Internet brought to our society. Unexpected, rapid, destructive, with the disintermediation of everything, connecting people, unlocking the value of cooperation, unlocking the value of working together. And I believe in this respect, Internet is a gift to the humanity. And it is a precious gift, but also it needs active management from everyone. Because if you ask the question, who's the owner of Internet? Who rules the Internet? Well, the answer is no one and everyone. And that's the complexity. And that's the complexity for public authorities. I mean, public authorities are normally answering who's the owner of the legislation process, the legislative process, elected governments, I mean, and parliaments. So there's always an answer to governance, and the answer of governance in the Internet world is much more complex. So then, if this is the model we want, and there's no doubt that we foster this distributed multi-stakeholder model where everyone contributes to it and makes sure that the Internet can thrive, what is the role that governments can have in the future of Internet? Well, maybe first of all, we have to ask ourselves, what is the future of Internet? And I'm sure every one of you here on online will have an answer. I'll give you my answer, which is worth 1 cent. I mean, my answer is that, I mean, when you project it in the years to come, you will see that you will have really computing everywhere, connected, and data flowing to these computing nodes that will evolve and will become much, much more powerful in a way that, I mean, the most complex robots of the future will be hospitals, will be buildings, will be cars, and everything will be connected. So in the complexity of this world, what is the role for governments then? Well, the role for government will never be, and that's in the declaration, and that's what we committed to control, to rule, to shape, because that's not the way we want the Internet to be. It's probably more to facilitate, to make sure that we can unlock the value of such a beautiful evolution of technology, to make sure that we can understand the risks and mitigate the risks, to make sure that we protect the fundamental values that are really enshrined in our democratic societies, and there's no technology that should put them at risk. And also that we are able to have a sense of and really preach self-restraint. I mean, it's so simple to legislate. Well, I mean, you need a majority, but then, I mean, legislation can be crude, can be, I mean, about I decide this, I decide that. What is in the Declaration of Future Internet is a self-restraint that will never legislate against the freedom of expression, because that, I mean, there cannot be a rule, it cannot be a law about what is true and what is untrue in a democratic society. We can never legislate, I mean, to restrain the freedom of people to express, because that's not what we want. And that's the root where the fundamental element where we have built this declaration for the future of Internet. But then self-restraint, of course, is not enough. It's not enough in a world that is becoming complex, is becoming also more polarized, and is becoming extremely difficult to manage. We have current issues due to the aggression of Russia to Ukraine, which aggravated the already existing crisis with COVID in terms of the global value chains, in terms of, I mean, the way, I mean, the whole information ecosystem works. And in this respect, then it comes the role of governments, the signatories of the DFI, to facilitate, to make sure that through the internet and through the evolution of the internet, we have answers for the problems we have in front of us. Clearly, we can optimize energy grids using the internet and using artificial intelligence. We can use alternative power sources much better than we do today. We can, through the use of AI and cooperative working over the internet, invent new types of batteries which will be much more efficient. We can do goods when it comes to modeling the body and healthcare and make sure that we have the answers. We can understand better climate change or extreme weather events by modeling the Earth. So there's a lot that can be done to facilitate the community of researchers, the community made also of innovative companies, that they can work together and actually work for good over the internet. And it's clearly our role to make sure that everything is going in the direction where more value can be unlocked from common knowledge, open common knowledge. And in this respect, we have to make sure that data can flow, that people can cooperate, and, as Ivan said, that people have the skills. Because the other element which is in our declaration is that no one should be left behind. No one should be left behind means that everyone should have the right to have an internet connection, have a quality internet connection, very much like everyone has the right to have water, to have electricity. So this becomes a fundamental right for every citizen of the earth. And this is the commitment that we made with the declaration. And of course, this means also active policies in doing that, because internet connections, they are not just, I mean, blossoming without really investments and, I mean, especially in areas where the market cannot really have return. So there are active policies to be done, and this is part of the work we have to do. The other element is skills, and that's why there's a specific strand in today about skills, because skills is the answer to many things. It's the answer to be sure that people can actually profit the best of the internet. They can be immunized against disinformation, against campaigns that try to destabilize the democratic societies. So upskilling people, it's really the best investment that we can collectively do. And the other element, which is for governments, is to mitigate the risks. Clearly, there are state actors, there are criminals, there are all sorts of people that would like to turn around the equation internet more wealth into internet more instability, internet more of everything we don't want to see in democratic and open societies. And as I said, we cannot simply shut down the internet. That's a simple and brutal answer that we have condemned, and we have said in the declaration we'll never do that. And that comes the challenge for us. So when we work on risk mitigation, like for instance, how to make sure that, we can identify how to react to state actors that are spreading disinformation, how we inspire good models for companies that they exercise their corporate social responsibility when it comes to disinformation, when it comes to violent content. There's nothing wrong in making money on the internet. Actually, the most valued companies of the world are internet companies. So internet is a fantastic money-making machine, but at the same time, richness and wealth comes with responsibility. Responsibility that means that when it comes to social media, companies, they have to be responsible. That's a bit the meaning of what we have done in Europe with the Digital Service Act. We have not introduced state content moderation, which we refused. We have not introduced the concept of what is good and what is bad, which we refused. We have introduced the concept of risk mitigation. And the notion of responsibility comes with size. And if I said, as I said, no one should rule the internet, that applies also to companies. There cannot be monopolies on the internet. There cannot be, closures which are instigated by a group of powerful companies. And that's why, again, when it comes to the openness of internet, we want an interoperable internet. We want the internet of the future, which will blend virtual reality, augmented reality, to be based on open standards. We want the identity of people to be based on open standards, because that's the dignity of people in the internet. So all of this we defend in the declaration we have collectively signed. And now it's time, of course, we walk the talk. And we are all gathering here to make sure that we walk the talk on all these points of the declaration. So I'm so grateful that you are here. We are, from the European Commission, committed, to really facilitate this work, and really enchanted to work with all of you to make sure that the internet remains a big gift to the humanity. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Deputy Prime Minister and Director General Viola, for this very important and visionary welcome in the introduction of our day today. And now let's please move on to the first panel, which is on a panel on promoting and safeguarding an inclusive and open digital future. With that, I would like to introduce the moderator of today's first panel, which is Fran Borwell. I'm glad that you are here with us today too. Before I will give you the floor, please join me if you want already. I would like to introduce our panelists to the stage. So I would like to introduce firstly Mr. Director General Věra. If you can join me here, please. Thank you very much. Then we have also distinguished guest from Japan, Hiroshi Yoshinda, Vice Minister for Policy Coordination from Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication. So very good late afternoon to Japan too. Thirdly, we have Tim Wu, Special Advisor on Technology and Competition to the President of the United States in person. Thank you very much. Fourthly, we have Tarja Fernandez, Ambassador of Cyber Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Finland. Thank you for being with us here today as well. And the fifth panelist is just on his way because he just arrived from New Zealand to Prague today morning. So Tim Paul Esch will join us in a couple of minutes while he arrives to the Congress Center. Thank you very much. And now over to Fran. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this on? Can everyone hear? Okay, great. So let me first thank the Commission for putting on this panel, which is, I think, an excellent opportunity for us to have some serious discussions. Let me also, however, congratulate the Czech presidency. I'm here for about 5 different events, and I know there's something like 17 events here on digital policy during this week. And I think it's a real indication of the seriousness with which this issue is being taken here in Prague and also in Europe. We've opened with some excellent scene-setting remarks. In this panel, though, we want to go further and look at how to turn the Declaration on the Future of the Internet from a vision that is a declaration, that's what a declaration is, after all, to something with real impact. The DFI itself notes that the principles are not legally binding, but should be used as a reference. I'm not sure I like the word reference because it's kind of values neutral. I would say it's more an ambition. And the question is, how do we get there? In European terms, there are 2 dimensions to this, deepening and widening. How deepen the principles of the DFI into real action, both globally, multilaterally, but also domestically in the countries that are signatories? And how broaden by engaging more countries and other stakeholders? And I hope that those are the things that we'll talk about in this panel. We have a great panel to talk about this. First off, Roberto Viola, whom you just heard from and who really needs no introduction to this group. I would just say that he has been very engaged in digital policy for, I won't say how many years, both in the Commission and in Italy, and certainly since the time when really this was a discussion about telecoms policy, and it is so much more today. Then we have Hiroshi Yoshida, the Minister for Policy Coordination in Japan. Like Roberto Viola, he has been doing this for the Japanese government for a long time and has very much been a champion of something we will talk about later, which is the data free flow with trust initiative that Japan has championed. Then we have Tim Wu from the White House, and he has been both in and out of government a leading thinker about these issues. So we're very much looking forward to hearing from him.
And also a long time.
And then we have Taija Fernandez, who is the Ambassador for Cyber Affairs at the Ministry of Finland, but I think she brings a special perspective here in that she has served as an ambassador to quite a number of the countries that one would not immediately think of in terms of this declaration. And so I think will help us broaden our perspective here. And then, of course, we do hope that Paul Ash will be joining us, the Special Representative on Cyber and Digital. And, perfect timing. And he has been working on cyber issues he led the National Cyber Policy Office in 2012 to 2017. But most importantly, he has been in on the Christchurch call from the very beginning. And that's something that we want to talk about. Tim, let me start with you. You were very much involved in the genesis of the Declaration. You've heard some of the challenges that it was meant to address. Was that your perspective as well? And what did you, when you looked forward, think this would do over the long term? Why? What are the challenges and why do it?
That's a great question, and thank you so much for the opportunity. I want to begin by thanking our hosts. I thank the European Commission for having us here, and I want to underline the commitment of the United States to these principles and say that we think it's really an important time that we reaffirm that. Now, let me talk a little bit about why we thought it was important to do this, why the United States in particular felt that it was something that we should devote ourselves to. We think that the internet has, on the one hand, delivered extraordinary benefits for the United States, for the world, And it's really hard to imagine the world before it. On the other hand, we are very aware of the challenges, the policy challenges, some of the unrealized promises in some ways of the early internet, and some of the road that we need to go. And it felt like a very important time, obviously at the early beginnings of the Biden administration, for us to, and our partners, our allies, the European Union, other democratic states around the world, open nations around the world, those who respect the rule of law, to demonstrate leadership in this space, to make it clear what we stand for, and in some ways put together in one place a set of principles that should represent the baseline for nation-state conduct with respect to the internet. And as Roberto Viola was saying earlier, you know, some of that are what you might call positive duties. We need to connect everybody. We need to make sure the internet is understood as an essential, you know, that it's part of being a global citizen. But those are also negative duties, to speak slightly academically. You know, countries should not be shutting off the internet. Countries should not be involved in invidious censorship and imprisoning of dissidents, spying on people. So we wanted just to make it clear that these are principles consistent with human rights principles that the nations of the world should be following. And I say that in the backdrop of a sense over the last few years, and I think this very much motivated us, that the trajectory has been going in the wrong direction. You know, these are consistent with other trends around the world, but I think I think the Deputy Prime Minister said in the opening remarks that the future of the internet is also the future of the world. And what we are looking at here, and what we're doing in affirming these principles, is really broader than just a few, you know, technical, net neutrality, this kind of stuff. It's talking about what kind of vision we have for civilization, frankly, and what kind of direction we want to go on. And as we said, the trajectory in some ways has been troubling, both in the rise of private conduct, but also public conduct, which is inconsistent with basic human rights. So this is our time to speak, and the declaration was our way of doing it.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Viola, Roberto, let me go and ask you about deepening. You just made a very eloquent statement about the need for the DFI. But here we're talking a bit more about kind of what's next, or how do you give it legs? How do you make it walk the walk? The EU is the super regulator of the digital economy. I think we can all agree on that. And how do you see and you are responsible both for the external and the internal, if I can put it that way. How do you reconcile those two? How do you see the role of government in domestically implementing the DFI? How does it relate to European regulation?
Many thanks, Frank. First of all, I have to thank you that you didn't mention how many years I'm around. But there's one thing I want to say. When the internet was born, I was using the internet protocol. I was working in space at that time, and we were trying to connect the space telescope with the internet protocol. No one would have ever thought that we would be one time discussing about the governance of internet, or the internet being the future of the world. And that shows, once again, the challenge. And so you said we are the super regulators. I hope not in weight. I mean, look, I think the meaning of the DFI is really giving each other a kind of hug and being closer together to walk a very difficult path. Because it's so easy to think. If you think a second, I mean, you have first year students in internet law, you say, regulate the internet. And they might invent all sorts of rules like internet shall be good. Internet shall avoid, I mean, illegal speech. Internet shall do, this is simple to write. And we shall not do that. I mean, and this takes a lot of, what I'm trying to say with this, it takes ages not to regulate, it takes 1 hour to regulate. So that's where it's so important we are holding together to the principle we will never regulate, I mean, the freedom in a certain sense. The freedom is a given in a democratic society. And then comes the next step. I mean, but this cannot only be theory, I mean, because there are issues out there. So, and then what is the role of governments? What is the role of companies? What is the role of the civil society? Now, what we try to do in the European Union is to try to balance out, to do an exercise of balance between these three elements, which are fundamental. And the exercise of balance is basically saying, for companies, I mean, as I said before, more responsibility comes with size, clearly, and I mean, it's really, then it comes to the point that you are responsible to the society for what you do. Of course, no one can dictate your business, the way you do business, but you have a degree of responsibility that comes with it. For the civil society shall be having the best possible outcome of the cooperation model of the internet and have access, for instance, to data, to the information, because they will be, I mean, actually being the whistleblower of our society. That's why, for instance, the Digital Service Act, one important element is that fact checkers, universities, researchers shall have access to metadata to understand, because, I mean, this is not the role for governments, I mean, to tell what is wrong, what is right, I mean, but if the civil society can have access to this, they can really act as whistleblowers, they can tell, I mean, there's something wrong going on. And then it comes the most difficult thing of all, I mean, which is clearly the commercial internet. It's using whatever, I mean, it's around, amplifying it in a direction, I mean, commercial internet, to make money, which is not a crime. I mean, on the contrary, in a liberal society, it's perfectly okay. But at the same time, there are our opponents, those that don't believe about democracy, those that don't believe that there should be self-restraint, that use exactly these tools to actually undermine the principles of a democratic society. So it's a very complicated issue, because we are basically giving the weapon to somebody to actually attack our principles. So how to react to all this? How to make sure that we can protect the democratic society without, I mean, being interventionist about fundamental principles is the common challenge. That's why the DFI is a kind of common hug we give to all of us, trying to walk this difficult path and come up with answers.
So thank you very much for that. I think there is a question. Did you want to add something to that? Is that why you're...
Yeah, I did, but I don't want to interrupt if you want to reach some other panelists first.
And then we'll go on.
Okay. I think the question of how we deepen this is fundamental, how we get to something beyond principles is very important. And I would use one word to answer that, which is we believe in investment. We think we have to invest to make these principles become a deeper reality. And I know you said to go brief, but let me just mention one or two things. You know, the United States at home, we're investing over $65 billion in trying to make sure all Americans are connected, which is an important principle. And I think one, as you said earlier, should be, as Roberta said earlier, should be around the world. But we're also investing heavily around the world. I'll just mention one or two things. We have the Digital Connectivity and Cybersecurity Partnership, which is a whole-of-government effort to prioritize our investments, involves USAID funding. And we're working on initiatives in the Philippines, Open RAN initiatives and so forth. We've, on internet freedom, State Department has spent over $320 million over the last 14 years towards internet freedom funding. We want to support the Freedom Online Coalition, deepen our investments there. So there's a number of areas. I think we could all do more, where if we want to make these principles come to life, we do have to make the investments. And I just want to reiterate that.
No, thank you very much for that. And I do think that that is right. And there's a very interesting conversation to be had about which investments should be priorities, and also the link between these external investments and domestic regulation. And how do you judge who is living up to the declaration or not? But I'd like to go to Minister Yoshida, because one of the most interesting examples I think that can be brought in to have lessons for us in terms of how to deepen is the data free flow with trust. And this is something that is actually mentioned in the declaration, although it predates the declaration. And Japan has been a real leader in this area. So I would like to hear from Minister Yoshida how he sees the declaration and how it relates to data free flow with trust and other efforts that Japan, as a leader in this space, could bring to the table to both deepen and broaden the DFI. Minister.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. I'm very sad that I cannot join you in person in Prague, but as you know, internet enables me to join you from Tokyo. And as you all aware, the COVID-19 pandemic and the current geopolitical difficulties brought us to the renewed recognition of the importance of the open, free, and global unfragmented internet. From this viewpoint, the launch of this declaration of the future of the internet last April was truly timely, and I would like to extend my repeated gratitude to the colleagues involved in this effort from the US government. It is our responsibility to continue and even strengthen these efforts hand in hand without losing this momentum. Japan has been advocating the importance of open, free, and global internet in various international policy fora. I can confirm a strong commitment to continuing these efforts in collaboration with like-minded countries. Japan puts importance on the DFI principles. I would like to refer to some of them. Firstly, regarding fundamental freedom, Japan paid special attention to freedom of speech and expression, as well as secrecy of communications. We have stipulation to protect those freedoms in our constitution and other legal instruments, such as telecommunications business law and Act on Personal Information Protection. Regarding promotion of a global and fragmented internet, Japan proposed the concept of data-free flow with trust, or DFFT, in 2019 in Osaka summit of G20, which is to promote and facilitate a cross-border data flow by ensuring trust in data flow. DFFT is not to justify impeding or making barriers to open, free, and global internet under the name of trust. We believe that where trust exists, data flow can be accelerated. It's important to foster trust through multi-stakeholder approach. Also, our national data strategy also covers the concept of DFFT as its fundamental principle, and we are also promoting relevant measures domestically. We always prioritize inclusive and affordable access to the internet, domestically as well as globally. Japan has been working together with developing countries in Asia, Africa, and others for increasing connectivity, improving literacy of users, and building capacity to enable better and meaningful internet access. We are going to take the G7 presidency next year, and also we are going to host the UN Internet Governance Forum next year. We are planning to take the opportunities of those G7 presidency and IGF hosting country to discuss more effective ways to jointly work for increased global connectivity and internet access across the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know we're all looking forward to what Japan will be able to do in the G7 presidency with these issues. I think it's having Japan, which has been a leader on DFFT, in the G7, at the helm of the G7 next year, I think gives a great opportunity for that and for the declaration. But let me turn now to Special Representative Ash, because the other example that I think is really worth considering in this is the Christchurch call, which happened in response to tragic circumstances. But if good sometimes comes out of tragedy, I think this has been a very interesting lesson. Would you talk a bit about how it was put together, what your ambitions were, but also how do you start roping in all the others that it takes to make this a reality and to make it not just a vision, but to have an impact?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to join you here today. It's wonderful to be able to get here on time, or just on time, and hopefully that demonstrates our commitment to the future of the internet. I come straight from Washington, DC, and straight from the airport, so fingers crossed that the synapses are all connecting. And from New Zealand, ngā mihi nui, ngā mihi mahana kia koutou, greetings to all. I think the Christchurch call is both a really good example of the implementation of the principles in the Declaration of the Future of the Internet, and also a good example of why New Zealand is such a strong supporter of the Declaration, why we absolutely were keen to come on board and have continued to work with US colleagues, and we're delighted to work with EU colleagues on this issue as well. For us, an internet that, however many adjectives you wish to put in front of the word internet, that is open, that enables us to connect to the world and enables us to reflect the sorts of values grounded in democratic principles and international human rights law, is a critical underpinning for New Zealand going forward, and something that we are really, really committed to drive as best we can. The reasons for the declaration and why we are such strong supporters were brought home in really shocking fashion, not just to New Zealanders, but to the world on 15 March 2019, when the murder of 51 people at worship in Christchurch, New Zealand, was broadcast live on the internet. I suspect a number of people in the audience today had that material turn up in their feeds as algorithmic processes drove that content out to users, as a small group of people sought to promulgate that material and to defeat the protections that major firms had in place, and actively worked to do that. Over the first 24 hours, Facebook took down 1.5 million copies of that video. Over the first 48 hours, YouTube had it uploaded every second to their platform. There were over 800 different versions of that video within a few days as people sought to game the algorithmic processes that keep those platforms safe for their users. And that's not to castigate those platforms, but to say actually what we saw, and to your point, Fran, was a common problem. A problem that was shared not just by New Zealand citizens or the government of New Zealand, but actually by people all over the world who dealt with this problem, by the platforms whose systems were abused to drive that content, and actually by the impacted communities. When we were looking at responses, to Roberto's point, one of the easiest instincts would have been to regulate, and to regulate quickly. As we thought that one through, that looked highly problematic to us because we were likely to make some significant mistakes if we did so, and to the point that it only takes an hour to regulate, but much, much longer to exercise restraint. We engaged in that debate domestically, actually. It was something that the government thought through very, very carefully. But we decided to reach out to the firms and to civil society groups and to other governments and see if we could find a different way of working on this. And we've moved beyond the principles that are embedded in the Christchurch call. So those go to a free, open and secure internet. All actions under the call have to be consistent with that principle and with international human rights law, to implementing 24 commitments that are in the call. And those commitments apply to governments, they apply to online service providers operating on their own. They also apply to governments and online service providers working together. And that's been one of the key things in the call, that we've actually embedded in the call a need to work collaboratively on solutions, and seen that as a preferred model before we go straight to regulation. And I think that's one of the great things about things like the EU Internet Forum as well. They provide an opportunity to work through some of those difficulties and see if there are ways that we can work that don't embed regulatory measures that might be problematic down the track or have unintended consequences. The call also has embedded in it a commitment to work with civil society groups and bring their expertise on board. And that ranges from affected communities right the way through academia and the technical community. And Fran, one of the most interesting pieces of work we did in the first year was with your colleagues from the Digital Forensics Research Lab, who came down to New Zealand and ran some crisis response workshops for us. And what was intriguing about that, as Emerson Brooking and Graham Brookie and others put it together, was actually putting officials, company staff, and civil society people at the same tables to try and work through how they would deal with something like Christchurch, should it ever happen again. And the 2 or 3 things that came out of that: first, the need to build trust across those constituencies if we're going to deliver the declaration in a really meaningful way. Second, the recognition that we saw across those tables as folk from civil society were able to engage with governments and go, aha, so that's why you do that. We didn't think of it that way. The same with industry, and governments and industry actually listening to civil society. As we've built some of that trust, and it's been hard won, a key piece there, I think, and it's a useful lesson for taking the declaration forward, is that the resources required to do multi-stakeholderism and take a multi-stakeholder approach always more than you anticipate, and that it's useful to understand that folk from governments, folk from industry, and folk from civil society actually all feel equally nervous about engaging. We come from different constituencies and different places, but a big part of the work we've had to do has been human work, helping people work together and understand how they can do that best. And that was really exemplified, I think, in the summit we held last month in New York, where call leaders came together, governments, civil society, industry, and actually engaged around the table equally, which was intriguing because that required a lot of preparation, and I think this is instructive for the declaration actually. A lot of time spent working with those constituencies beforehand so that industry knew we weren't about to ambush them, so that governments felt they weren't about to be rebuffed, and so that civil society felt like that they would have the opportunity to get their perspectives across and a voice at the table. Out of that, we've pulled some new elements for our work program, and I'm absolutely delighted that leaders were able to agree on work around algorithmic outcomes and transparency, that they were able to strengthen crisis response and think about how we deal with some of the smaller platforms online and work as best we can collaboratively with them, how we think about the problem of youth and radicalisation of young people online, and how we think about a piece of work that the US, Denmark and others have taken leadership on, which was the question of gender-based online harassment and abuse. And it's great seeing the call commitments now being exercised into some of those areas that weren't there at the beginning, but that are key elements of terrorist and violent extremist content online. And to see demand from partners in the call to use a similar model to deal with some other issues affecting youth and children, issues such as the scourge of disinformation and how we might find collaborative models. So it's just a snapshot, but for us, that multi-stakeholder principle has been absolutely critical to trying to find smart solutions. That's why it's so heartening to hear Roberto and others speaking to that, and to hear Minister Yoshida talking about the IGF, which is of course one of the great places where that happens.
So let me just actually second what you've said about bringing communities together. I was at a session last night where the panelists were all asked, what's the most important thing that one could do? And it was bring the policymakers and technologists on that particular issue together. And although you're talking about a broader community, it's striking to me how many times, and I think everyone here has had this experience where you go and there's one community talking to itself and another community talking to itself. But it is hard work to bring them to get everyone in the room together, let alone to get them to talk honestly and openly. The Christchurch call was focused on something that was truly immediately horrible, if I can put it that way. The DFI is much broader, in many ways more nebulous, and many of the words have more ambivalent meanings depending upon the politics of where you are. So I want to bring in Tarja Fernandez, who brings in the experience of being in some countries, of representing Finland in some countries, and also working within the UN system, where there are perhaps more diverse ideological views. And how does that affect multi-stakeholder engagement? How does that affect the ability to push forward and operationalize something like the DFI? How important is that?
Well, maybe. Well, first of all, thanks for the organizers and Czech government for hosting this, and of course European Union bringing us together. Definitely, digital divide, I think, has been the discussion when we normally address the global South. I have worked 28 years in the foreign ministry and 6 weeks around the cyber issue, so putting into perspective. But the digital issues have been very much on the agenda for a long time, and this digital divide has been at the core of the discussions around the second committee in the UN and so forth. Of course, looking this year, and especially after 24th of February, we are in a new situation, and the declaration really brings us to a new level to really pull together in a way we want to see the future for us and for the globe. But looking from the southern perspective, we very much talk often about the development cooperation and support. I think we also see very, how would I say, in practical terms, I have to say I was ambassador to Kenya, and that was the year 2015. And that time in Finland, we really didn't use mobile pay. And in Kenya, it was just the everyday life for people. And it was quite amazing to see the ability of young Kenyans to really adapt to digital time. I have to say, sometimes more quickly than so-called North or the West. And I think we really have to talk about partnership, and we need to talk about the two-way streets and our ability also to learn from the South. The digital was long to be seen as the answer for really implementing first MDGs and now SDGs, to give the promise of bringing everyone on the way to development. And in that context, the declaration of the future of Internet brings the sort of a necessary ingredients for the current time. It's not only that you are linked to Internet that is enough. From the point of view of a poor woman living maybe somewhere in the rural area of Kenya, I visited some of those places. With our partners, they might be very dependent on the digital services. So they will get the healthcare through the mobile phones. They pay they bills through mobile pay, and they get maybe electricity through some solar panels. So they are. For them, it is as important to have cybersecurity in the system. They can be, it's as important for them to really learn media literacy and to protect them from exploitation in the internet. So all the principles and commitments in the declarations are equally important. They are equally important to all of us. So it's not only about the foreign policy issues or our national security issues. It's really, if we look free world and we look the democratic principles and and freedom perspectives, all the principles must be implemented equally across the broad world. And of course, it's a very good to have this kind of a peer group. I think it's even more important for Global South because they are still in minority in this group, to have peer countries, peer multi-stakeholder community. This should not be left alone to governments. We see what authoritarian countries are currently doing. I have a couple of them in my mind. So as previous speakers already mentioned, one of the risk management really is to have this multi-stakeholder. We don't have only governments. Right. We have NGOs from the south. We have perspectives from across the board, and also those countries who are left outside, they can see the inspiration, they can see the promise that comes with this initiative. And I mentioned the last thing, I was also ambassador in Beirut and covered Syria, where the information flow is very much one-sided, a lot of hybrid influencing from Russia. And so forth, but still the internet was there, and for many NGOs and many individuals it was the only straw to receive some sort of information where they can choose how to define what is the truth and how to relate the world. So it is very important to keep the lines open to give access also those who are outside of this democratic group of countries.
Thanks very much for that. I would like to actually use that to go back to Minister Yoshida. We've just been talking about how difficult it is to engage in multi-stakeholder discussions, but also I think Ambassador Fernandez has very eloquently made the case that it's vital and that this really matters to women in the street in Kenya and those trying to survive in Syria and places like that. So Minister Yoshida, with Japan planning to host the Internet Governance Forum next year, can you preview for us how you think multi-stakeholder governance in terms of the DFI will be addressed at that meeting? Have you started, I'm sure you've started thinking about that.
Thank you. So we are deeply concerned that the current geopolitical situation, escalating polarization and the gaps are widening. We already saw that G20 Digital Ministerial this year could not reach agreement on their declaration. And in order to realize that vision in DFI, the initiative needs to remain open and inclusive and to be shared by broader groups of countries. And developing countries are often suffering domestic challenges with societal gaps. They find difficulties in supporting democratic values when they face gaps inside their society. It is necessary for us to communicate with them persistently and try to meet with their needs. And as mentioned by Ambassador Fernandez in Kenya case, we know that technology can allow developing countries leapfrogging. As Kenya already introduced mobile pay in 2015, she said, I suppose. And yes, for us in Japan, so we still, at that time, we still stick to the conventional paying system, mainly in cash. Of course, we have credit cards and cashless system, but our basic system at that time, before COVID-19, it was cash paying was very, very basic payment system for us. But it's just one example. We know that many countries are leapfrogging, and for example, introducing a ID numbering system in some countries to pay subsidies to individuals. So even though a government wants to pay subsidies to poor. So if it goes through the conventional local government system, there is no guarantee that those subsidies can reach to the those people who really need them. But we know that so technology can leapfrogging for developing countries, and I believe that we should help them to do so. And so DFI will be encouraged to gather similar efforts, such as EU's Open Internet for Africa and more, to strengthen synergies among all those efforts by like-minded countries and organizations. And there was a question about IGF, and as I said before, we are going to host the UN Internet Governance Forum in the second half of next year. The UN IGF is a unique and inclusive forum where all stakeholders from around the world participate, discuss, and implement internet governance. Yes, we believe that IGF multi-stakeholder approach is very important, and it is very important for forum. But so it should coordinate discussions between other fora. And of course, we are hosting also hosting G7 meeting next year, so that we are going to have G7 Digital and Tech Ministerial in April, so that we can input the result of the G7 Ministerial into IGF discussion. And also, we think that other fora, including this discussion on DFI, or other discussion in other fora, including G20 or others, should be inputted into the discussion of IGF. We are trying our best to coordinate between IGF discussion and other for discussion in other fora. So anyway, so Japan is very much keen on making the best use of these opportunities to host these important fora and collaborate closely with like-minded partners, including DFI, to protect and promote open, free, and global unfragmented internet together with democratic partners. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the G7 and the IGF work together next year with Japanese leadership. I want to go back to Roberta Viola. This event is really about jumpstarting stakeholder governance, multi-stakeholder governance here on the DFI. Can you say a little bit about that and also the plans beyond this from the Commission's point of view, from the EU's point of view in terms of multi-stakeholder outreach? And after that, I'm going to come to Tim Wu with the same question.
Thanks. I think the first round of polls we had, I think, clarifies where DFI sits within, the broader multi-stakeholder debate about internet governance. DFI, it's a commitment by public authorities to do certain things or not to do certain things. And this really is a call for public authorities because they have, in a certain sense, responsibilities and, in inverted comma, monopoly of legislation. So it's important that that particular group of stakeholders gets this commitment, because I heard in the multi-stakeholder community a little bit the sound of, this is nice, DFI, but. But means there's already IGF, there are already processes. None of these processes is directed to the issue what governments would like to do or would commit for the future of internet. And that's where DFI sits. And I think the round we just had really clarifies this very, very nicely. Now, with this business card, we can go to the multi-stakeholder community and say, here we are with our commitments, and we need you. We need you. I mean, we said, all of us, we said it, because you are the actor of a free and open internet. I mean, we are enablers. Of course, I mean, there's another dimension, which are the companies. I mean, but I mean, when it comes to public authorities, we are the enablers for the public side, and you are the actors. I mean, and in this dynamic, we hope that the overall result will be what we aim for, which are the DFI principles, which, of course, everybody shares, but then from words into action, that is the dynamic we need. Commitment from the DFI partners, engagement with the multi-stakeholder community in the fora that exist, and then make sure that it goes in the right direction.
Yeah, well, I'll just, I think Roberto hit the nail on the head, said it exactly right. The Internet's history and much of its success is due to the foundation of its multi-stakeholder approach. You know, whether that's the core internet governance, ICANN, institutions like that, the involvement in multi-stakeholder groups all the way along, private-public partnerships. No question that has been the both the foundation and the explanatory factor for why the internet has been so successful and widespread over the last 40 years. If this was, you know, a government-run network that had, you know, the rules of one government, I don't think we would have ever seen happen what has happened. At the same time, the role that the DFI plays, this declaration, I think must be understood in the way Roberto said, which is, you know, there was a certain hope in the 90s and 80s that we would sort of turn on the internet and everything would take care of itself, so that it was a sort of self-executing machine of democratization. And, you know, being alive during that period, I think shared those hopes. We sort of thought, well, you know, countries will get the internet, they will become democratic, open societies, respect all human rights, and we don't have to do anything ever again. History is over. Fortunately, history had a way of coming back and not being over. And going back to the reasons that we invested so much effort in the DFI and feel so committed to it, is this question of the nation state's role was somewhat missing from these original visions. It was sort of assumed sometimes that, you know, the countries would just simply stay out of it, or, you know, they were too feckless or technically incapable to do anything. That obviously is not true. And we see in the DFI playing an important niche different than everything else, which is to state it again, you know, this question of what countries should be doing, and I mean countries, nation states with the powers they have, what they should be doing and what they should not be doing. And that was what we saw as the gap that needed to be filled.
So I want to go to Special Representative Ash on this. I think this is a really key observation, but we are running out of time, and so we're going to do a little bit of quickness here. One of the key questions that we haven't talked about, which takes off on the role of the nation state or in governments, is broadening the DFI. And in the current political context, geopolitical context, it seems to me that there are quite a number of countries sitting on the fence. And so let me start with you, Paul, about further comments about the multi-stakeholder governance, but also how you see, how can we enlarge the number of countries that are part of this community, the DFI community?
Thank you. I think
brief answer.
Tim kicked into a point that I was going to make. New Zealand, I think, like Finland, has developed relatively small countries, has long been a committed multilateralist. We are embedded in the rules-based order. We've always looked at multilateralism as the way we do things. So we don't take a decision to step up to something like the DFI lightly. What we have seen in recent years is an attempt to bring internet governance issues into a multilateral construct and embed them there, that has made it exceptionally difficult to involve some of the communities that need to be in this discussion. We had to hold the summit that we had in New York recently outside the UN cordon. Because in the 3 short years since 2019, when we had it inside the UN, it is no longer possible to bring some of those civil society groups or private sector firms or others into the UN for that meeting. That to us, I think, is a demonstration of some of the dangers of embedding this fully in the multilateral system. I think as nation states working through the DFI to set out a positive vision of what the future of the internet should look like is the first place to start. We're well past the times of tech utopianism, of John Perry Barlow's declaration. Hobbes still exists and exists online, and we've seen that in our experience and in others' experience really sharply. But I do think there's a scope for the countries in the DFI to really set out that positive vision and to engage with a number of those countries that are on the fence, as it were, and with their public. Some of that may well be around things like capacity building. I think about the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, which is a multi-stakeholder model built in a multi-stakeholder meeting in 2015 and really starting to hit its straps now. And next year's global conference on cyber capacity building, I think, is a great example to exemplify some of that and to work some of the DFI stuff through a multi-stakeholder approach that will work with countries that may well be on the fence. The next thing I think is showing more positive ways to keep people safe online. You know, internet shutdowns are not the way to keep people safe online. I could repeat Ambassador Fernandez's example of the internet being used in ways nobody imagined when it was first stood up from my time in Solomon Islands. You know, a very small country with a very small population in the Pacific, working from a subsistence base in a post-conflict environment. We need to be able to find ways to help ensure that the internet is available to all, so digital inclusion is a key piece, and to actually help provide the protection that those societies need, and to find alternative ways to things like internet shutdowns when bad things happen.
So Ambassador Fernandez, Tarja, let me ask you from the perspective of bringing in the Global South. What do we need to do? Is it capacity building? Is it ideological? What is it if we want to truly broaden the appeal of the DFI in those countries?
I would agree everything my colleague here mentioned. And of course, we have to be attractive. We have to be positive, and we should not. We should be credible. So what these promises we have given, we have to fulfill ourselves first. But of course, many countries, they need support, and I'm sure that this is something we have done for quite a few decades already. US, EU, Finland. We have a long history of supporting countries, and yes, some of them maybe are sitting on the fence currently. But I think we should also tell more what we are doing already. So really reach out and sit down and see that we've been doing this together. This what partnership means, and this kind of a partner we are. And maybe if you haven't noticed what kind of partner is, because we have not tried to impose too many things on you. So this is the kind of partnership we offer, and we have to be attractive. I'm sure we are attractive partner to those countries. And I'm sure this is the way to bring to our side of the fence, if one would like to say that. Unfortunately, yes, in multilateral forum, that is the place where we believe to bring this kind of global issues together. But it seems currently it's not working in a manner that we have used to handle things of a global scope.
So I think that we have to bring it to an end there. There are many more questions we could have asked.
Can we just say a word on that? I wanted to say one word on the broadening before we close on that. First of all, I think we should not understate the success we've had. We have over 60 countries. We have a growing number of countries. We keep adding more and more. I think that there are countries on the fence, but there are significant countries in every continent. And I think when we started this, we were like, well, is this going to work? And I think it shows that the basic principles are still very important to people, and that demonstrating leadership matters. But I just will in some sense close by saying the burden is on us. We need to show the world, both when it comes to the internet, but also more broadly, the benefits of democracy and of an open society, and not to sort of presume that the thing sells itself. And I think we're doing that. I'm very heartened. We've been doing a lot of hard work to sign up countries, and I'm confident, looking to the future, that we are starting to move in the right direction.
Well, now I have to give Roberto an opportunity to say something about broadening as well, but very brief, if you could.
Thank you. I will be super brief by saying, and also make an advertisement to the next session. Stay tuned, because the point is, I think we have established now a framework, and we understood all together today why we have done it and where we want to go. But there's another point which is very important. Technology, we said it, can change for good society. And if we work together, we can actually give answers when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to protecting our planet. That's where we want to go. This is something we are exploring bilaterally with the US in the TTC. And this idea of technology for good, it's really an offer which is nested inside DFI. And it's where we want to go. I mean, we want to really share resources, share computing algorithms, share ideas on how to actually bring this idea that internet gets you to a better world. It's not idealistic, it's very concrete, you will see in the next session. And that's where I think we have a powerful offer to those that want to join the DFI.
Well, I think that was an excellent wind-up, because we ended up where we started, but at a totally different level. And in that, I mean, the power of good, technology for good. But as you said in your opening remarks, what about the restraints? We need to figure out the ways of ameliorating the challenges that the internet has presented to us that we didn't really anticipate back in 1989. So I want to thank you all for your thoughts. And I also want to thank you for, in some cases, heroic efforts to get here. Because I think that does demonstrate the importance of this issue. So the fact that we've had this panel, and Minister Yoshida as well, joining from Japan, I think just shows the commitment of these countries and of the EU to the DFI and to making it both deeper and broader. So thank you all very much, and thanks to the audience.
Fran, thank you very much, and also big thanks to the panelists. I was so sad that I had to cut the debate, because it was really interesting, but I think we still have a whole day ahead of us where we can continue talking and where we can continue networking and exchanging opinions. And as Roberto said, we will just go immediately into another panel, the Ministerial roundtable, as we call it, here in the plenary room. Yeah, that's it. So you can see it there. But you also have other options to participate. But just very quickly on this panel, as Roberto said, this will be about the digital for good and how to make technology useful and beneficial to people all around the world. So the discussion will turn around technologies such as AI or supercomputing and use cases, lessons learned, and about pooling digital resources. So that's what will be happening in this room. But you also have an option to go to workshops. There are 4 workshops prepared for you if you want to dive more deeper into the declaration. To go to the workshops, you just leave this main hall, you turn left, then you turn left once more, you continue in the corridor, and you will arrive to this foyer where you came up to the first floor on the stairs, and you will see signposts, and there will be hostesses who will guide you to the workshop rooms. And during these workshops, you will really be able to discuss in detail the different principles and the different objectives of the declarations, And the titles of the workshops are Protecting Human Rights in the Age of Online Platforms. It's in the room Club A. In the room Club B, you have Preventing Internet Shutdowns and Platform-Specific Restrictions. In Club C, you have Promoting Digital Literacy to Close the Digital Divide. And in Club D, you have the topic of Empowering the Youth to Shape Their Future Internet, Online Practices and Governance Models. So it's up to you now to choose. We are running a little bit late on time. So the workshops will start around 10:40, 10:45. They will last around 1 hour, similar to the ministerial panel that we have here in the plenary room, and that I give the floor to Eva, who knows more about that panel and who will tell you the broader context.
Thank you so much, Jakub. So for those of you, thank you very much for staying with us for the Ministerial Roundtable on Digital for the Common Good, moderated by Petr Očko, Deputy Minister for Digitalization and Innovation of the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. Thank you, Petr, for moderating the panel today. We've invited partner countries to the Declaration for the Future of the Internet to participate. In this regard, the panel will focus on future challenges to the Internet and how countries can pool digital resources for tackling some of the big challenges of our time, such as healthcare, climate change, energy, smart cities, smart agriculture, to name just a few. To those of you that are joining online, you can choose a breakout room to join, or you can follow, of course, our Ministerial Roundtable. And now I would like to invite to the floor our panelists. Firstly, please, Director General of DG Connect, Roberto Viola. Thank you very much for joining me again. Secondly, I would like to welcome a remote participant, Digital Minister of Taiwan, Audrey Tang. Thank you very much and good afternoon to Taiwan.
Good time.
Thirdly, we are having Peter Harrell also remotely joining us from the US. So good morning to the US, to the White House. Peter Harrell is the National Security Council Senior Director there. So again, welcome, joining us online. Fourthly, I would like to welcome Anne Verdia, Digital Ambassador of France, today here with us in Prague. Then again, Paul Ash, please join us for this panel too. Prime Minister Special Representative on Cyber and Digital of New Zealand. And the sixth panelist is Jan Hele, Director General of Norway, of Ministry of Local, of Government and Regional Development. So I hope we can all... Thank you. Now over to Peter, and thank you very much.
So, good morning still to everyone. Thank you, Eva, for the introductory remarks. So I'm Petr Očko, I'm Deputy Minister at the Czech Ministry of Industry and Trade, responsible for digital economy and innovations. My task is actually to guide you through discussion on this very interesting panel. I'm very happy that Roberto Villa already made advertisement and promotion to this panel because the topic is really important, and the topic is how the internet can serve to common good. And we will continue actually the debate in more concrete terms. The debate that started on the previous panel with the great panelists. They were already introduced, and I'm so happy to be moderator in such a great company. Maybe just a few words for the beginning from my side. Actually, it was discussed here already. Actually, digital technologies are now everywhere, and they affect all the aspects of our lives. And probably the most profound of these technologies is the internet. I remember me back in 1995 coding the first applications for commercial internet. Since then, almost everything has changed. We cannot imagine our lives without internet, and that means that we need to take care much more than before about how internet works and keep it human-centric, democratic, and so on. We are in the Czech Republic. Czech Republic is quite close to the Ukraine border. We are not exactly on the Ukraine border, but close. So actually, we feel very much what is happening just a few hundred kilometers from here, and. Also in Ukraine, with the unprecedented Russian aggression, we see that actually internet can actually serve both sides actually, and it brings bad things. We see a lot of disinformation, we see a lot of Russian propaganda, but also we see that actually Ukraine is example how actually internet can be used for actually defense, and actually Ukrainians show how they can use digital technologies to effectively defend themselves, and it shows that definitely internet can be used for many things. And I, as the Deputy Minister for Digitalization, I in my power, try all the time to promote the benefits of digitalization and on the other side, minimize the risks connected to that. By that we are here to answer the main question of this panel, and that is how exactly can digital technologies be used for a common good. And now it's time for our panelists what they think about it. So let me start with a question for Mr. Roberto Viola. And the first question is actually, what do you think? How can the power of data, artificial intelligence, or supercomputing capacity help address concrete challenges faced by governments in a broad range of areas, such as climate change or healthcare? So we are looking with interest at the Commission's Destination Earth initiative, so I can suspect that it will be actually one of the points that Roberto might be mentioning. So could be that the way to go?
Thank you, Peter, and I'm really enchanted to be with such distinguished figure in this panel. And I also commend your capacity to read into the future. Indeed, I would like to give you an example of how to unlock the power of working together and using technology for good. And since you heard me speaking a lot, it's time that I don't speak, just show a video which is more telling than my words about what Destination Earth is. And from that, I'm sure you understand the direction we want to go.
so Roberto, do you want to comment on this? Anything?
Thank you. I think that the video is telling of the idea of building the digital twin of the Earth and understanding many things, starting from extreme weather events, which we think is within reach to predict behavior, and that means really saving lives and, really giving a positive contribution, then going to very complex issues like, climate evolution and biodiversity in the future oceans and all of this. We can do it. We know we can do it. And one thing which is important, links with the previous panel. When you look at what is on offer here, it's our constellation of Copernicus satellites, an investment of more than 10 billion euros, our network of supercomputers, an investment of more than 10 billion euros, and data and scientists and the rest. Not everybody in the world can afford such an investment. So the idea of tech for good is really those that can invest a bit more should federate this effort and offer to everybody else. That's a bit the idea. When I just look at Europe, a small hospital cannot afford a supercomputer or in the future a quantum computer. So this is for public authorities to make sure that quantum computing is available to everyone, AI is available to everyone. This is for the concept of tech for good, make sure that technology advancement is going in this direction. You heard in the previous panel, my career started in space. This was the idea when we decided to work together in space exploration. Now in digital, we thought digital is for commercial companies. This is a mistake. Frankly, a mistake we have done at the beginning of this digital era. Now I think we are more into an holistic view of digital development, and there's a clear role for public investment in technology for good.
Yeah, thank you for this comment. I think that digital twins really unlock the potential of data, and the Destination Earth initiative brings the whole concept to the new level. So thank you for that, and I would like to ask now Minister Tang. Actually, you saw the video. Greetings to Taiwan, my beloved country, I would say. Could you share with us Taiwanese perspective and some best practices where and how can digitalization help?
Thank you. In addition, of course, to manufacturing the advanced chips for such computation from Taiwan, we are also eager to help in the ways to build what I call the people-public-private partnership. You see, in the common good, it's as important as it to deliver the so-called technical solutions for the common good, as it to identify what is the common good that cut across the various different polarizations and different opinions in the population, right? So in Taiwan, I'm wearing this T-shirt of Presidential Hackathon. The T-shirt is the digital twin of the presidential office, right? It's a reimagination of the presidential office, and it's a event that we've been running for 5 years now, and each year we ask for anyone from the civil society, from the social entrepreneurship, to bring a idea that they think they can do a proof of concept within like 2 or 3 months in a very small scale, without the computational like supercomputers or the regulatory or personnel support. They can probably only do a test bed. But 5 teams each year, if they show that they can deliver on one of the 17 sustainable goals or more, then they get this presidential trophy, which guarantees on the next year they get all the computing power, the data, the personnel, and so on, to make that idea into national policy. And I think by engaging with tens of millions of people through this process of collectively finding what is actually the common good, we tend to discover themes that brings the civil society, who may be of different sectors, different ethnicities, different people together India. Just one very concrete case in May 2020, when we warded off the first wave of the virus, we used the formula to run a presidential hackathon centered on co-hack coronavirus collaboration. And it's there that we found through POLIS, a computational democracy tool, what is the solution to the privacy and contact tracing dilemma. And people settle on a particular formulation of like privacy-enhancing technologies through decentralized storage and so on that help us to build the collaboration that we need to ward off the next few waves of the virus. So the kind of popular support, I think, is also very important in addition to give the open APIs and digital twins and so on, so that people understand that if they do have a good idea, it can be amplified within a couple months. Hope that contributes to the discussion.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Deng. I believe we can all learn from how did Taiwan learn, how did Taiwan handle the COVID pandemic using digital technologies. Thanks very much for that. And now I'm really happy that we have actually a whole globe coverage. I would like to ask also Mr. Ash that is here with us and who came all the way from the New Zealand. And following what was said, actually, I would like to ask you, what challenges do you see standing in the way of broad usage of digital solutions?
Thanks very much. If I think about the challenges in the way, sometimes there are also opportunities as well. But some of the key challenge here, I think, is one of the ones we described in the last panel, and that is setting some baseline principles and standards for how we work together, and then building the trust to operationalize that. And in particular, I think, making sure that we bring that range of stakeholders together again that we were talking about earlier. If I think about a couple of the key problems that New Zealand is focused on and working on in this area, the first of them is the massive implications of climate change in New Zealand. And in order to unleash the full benefits of computing power, data, and in fact, in New Zealand's case, Indigenous knowledge as well, Mātauranga Māori, we actually need to build the trust, to build the partnerships to make that work. We've come quite a long way in doing that. If I think about the New Zealand environment and I look at climate change in particular, we have 2 or 3 agencies that work particularly in mapping New Zealand. I'm really interested in the Destination Earth project actually, because it's quite similar in conception to some of that work. But our land information New Zealand, using open APIs of the sort that Minister Tang just described, has made hydrographic land information, a whole range of different data sets available to New Zealanders to be able to use publicly. And that includes really open information about public land and a slightly narrower set around private land in order to manage some of the privacy concerns there. That's really started to unlock a whole range of different sets of understanding around the way climate changes and land use impacting in New Zealand. For us as a country primarily driven by our primary sector and with a greenhouse gas emissions profile that is 50% from agriculture, that's absolutely critical for us to work through and to then take the lessons from that and work with others on it. If I think about a slightly different model of that, back in May, our Land Science Research Institute, Manaki Whenua, launched a public-private collaboration with Microsoft. Again, using Microsoft's access to quite extraordinary satellite data, high-resolution imagery, AI and analytics, to better assess land use change and in particular carbon coverage across New Zealand. It's been possible for us then to get right down to a very, very fine granular degree of detail around individual trees, actually, to understand how much carbon is being captured in those as we start to think around our emissions trading scheme and carbon farming in New Zealand. The place where they've landed for that project to prove demonstrate proof of concept is both a mixture of climate change and of alien invasive species. So we have a problem with wilding pine trees in New Zealand, who would have thought, but we have pine trees spreading all over the country that none of us want, outside of the forests that they're meant to be in. And this imagery enables us to pinpoint that right down to individual trees and then look at solving for it. Those are solutions we didn't have before. If I just quickly hop across to the work we're doing on terrorist and violent extremist content. Last month, last month, we were able to announce the Christchurch Call Initiative on algorithmic outcomes, and that's a partnership that we've built with the United States, with Microsoft and with Twitter, working with a consortium in the UK. And again, I think this is a good example of just how, with trust, you can actually build those relationships that mean we can take data sets, apply privacy-enhancing technologies to them, and understand the interaction between specific communities and specific data sets and the algorithmic processes that companies are using. And this is something we are also talking with the European Union about and with our colleagues in France, because of course it has extraordinary application for the new Digital Services Act. To me, it's that kind of collaboration and the trust that you can build underneath it that will then unlock some of the latent power that we have available to us in supercomputing.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing with us what you are doing in the usage of digital technologies and fighting the climate change. And then also it's very interesting to hear how do you apply the public-private partnerships in this. This is very important. So let's move on. Maybe it will be interesting also to hear the perspective from Norway. If Mr. Hiela, you would like to add something on the same topic.
Thank you. Yes. Let me first start to make a small announcement today. And I'm really proud to say that we can announce that Norway has endorsed the declaration today, or just today. So that's really something to be happy about from the Norwegian perspective. But I also would like to share a bit of our reflections, because in Norway we haven't been sitting quietly on the fence watching what other countries have been doing. And I think it really reflects an important message from the Norwegian government, is that we discussed the declaration 2 times in the full cabinet with all the ministers, 2 times, because it's a really important issue. That's not needless to say here today, but I also think that to understand the consequences of the declaration has been really important for the Norwegian government, and also, understand what is the implication, the practical implications, which we are discussing here today as well. So we haven't been sitting quietly. We have been really discussing this heavily within the Norwegian government. So this has been, quite a new experience for me, I must say, from the Norwegian perspective. And to the question and what we are doing in Norway, I think, in some way, I think today it's a bit confusing times, because there are so many positive things happening. I could mention several more, concrete examples that what we are doing within important sectors that we have not been able to before. So I'll maybe come back to that. But at the same time, we are discussing security issues at a level and an intensity that is quite new, at least for the Norwegian government. So it's also a bit confusing times, I must say. So I come back to maybe some of the examples and what we're doing in different sectors later on. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and congratulations again for joining the DFI. It's really good news for us. So let's go on and to another part of the world, and it's US. So I would like to ask Mr. Harrell, and wishing again very early and hopefully nice morning to the US. And the question is, what prerequisite environment is needed to be in place, including full implementation of the principles of the DFI, to allow for pooling digital resources in secure and private ways to use them for the full benefit of society. So we were happy to hear your opinion on this.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to be on this panel today, and it's great to see so many distinguished colleagues on this panel with me. I'm only disappointed I was unable to make it to Prague to join in person, but really appreciate the chance to join virtually. And I'd also just like to take a moment to congratulate Norway for joining the DFI. I know when the European Commission and the US and other early members were sort of thinking about this a year ago, it was certainly a very complicated set of issues for all of us to think through of how do we reaffirm and build out our positive vision of the internet. And I know governments have taken it very seriously. I know this is something governments have really been grappling with, and so really want to congratulate Norway and welcome you as a participant here, and thank you so much. I'm really pleased to be able to be on this panel because over the last couple of years in the U.S. government, as we've talked about kind of pooling digital resources and AI and algorithms, we've spent so much time focusing on the risks. And it makes sense, of course, to focus on the risks. As we've seen here in the U.S., algorithms, cause discrimination, right? They'll sort of only show housing options to people of a certain race, or in the employment context, there's concern about algorithms being used to show bias. And I think we get into these very risk-focused discussions, but I think it is every bit as important, and why this panel today is so important, to focus on the opportunities. And I thought the video that Roberto played talking about the Destination Earth initiative that the European Commission has launched, and the way in which we can use AI and machine learning and algorithms to help predict and mitigate in advance extreme climate events, really brings home why we need to be talking about the upside and making sure we get that enabling environment right. Or I think about AI on a more and machine learning on a more personal level. My mother is a longtime cancer survivor. She's been dealing with metastatic cancer for many years, and she very clearly would not be. And I think when we think about cancer and oncology treatment, there's a lot of focus on the new drugs, which are really miraculous out there. But I think what has been every bit as essential to my mother's story as the drugs has been the improvements in imagery over the last 10 years to be able to better spot and direct treatment options at very specific tumors. And that absolutely wouldn't have happened without AI that was able to be trained over huge data sets of past images of past oncology patients to kind of learn and understand what really looks like a tumor so they could better direct it in the patient context. And so I think we are at this moment where we are seeing the ability of AI and other kind of emerging technologies to really deliver for citizens, both at a societal scale or at a country scale when you think about climate adaptation, but also at an individual scale when you think about kind of individual medical treatment. But I think in order to kind of continue this progress in a way that we as policymakers and more importantly our citizens feel comfortable with, we have to be able to aggregate data and algorithms against a policy framework that protects privacy and ensures information and algorithms will not be misused. And I think here, this is really where a number of the principles that we as DFI signatories have committed to are so important, because I think the framework of the DFI really does lay out a bunch of the principles that countries need to implement domestically in order to have assurance that and for citizens to have assurance that their data will be protected, even as we use it in order to train all these tools that'll deliver so much upside. So I think citizens need to know that ultimately their data will be protected, and that while algorithms may train on certain kinds of private data like medical data, an individual's privacy is going to be protected, and there won't be any ability for sort of details of that person's medical condition to leak publicly or to get misused in any way. I think we obviously also need countries need to have implementing frameworks, and I think you've seen the U.S. Advocate for this just in the last couple of weeks when we released a set of principles for an AI, an artificial intelligence bill of rights. I think people need to know that there are going to be rules and regulations, preventing AI from being used for discriminatory or other unlawful purposes. So you have to have, in addition to privacy protections, you have to have a legal regime that makes people comfortable that the AI is going to be used for good and not for harm. And then I would say you also need a competitive ecosystem. I think a lot of the innovation in AI and with these other technologies is being done by large firms, and they're very sort of sensible economic reasons for that. These things take a lot of resources, but you do need to make sure that we have a competitive internet ecosystem where people can bring new approaches, new innovation and technology into the space. And so I think that's a third area and sort of focus on competition policy that is really important to making sure that we have kind of a thriving and dynamic set of positive use cases. So I think I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing with us your thoughts, especially I think the elimination of misuse of data and the protection of data is a very important point. And now I would like to ask Mr. Verdier, how do you see it? You have worked for the French Agency for Public Open Data. Would you say that open data are also an important prerequisite to unlock the potential of data?
Of course, open data, open standards, digital commons are a very important part of the issue and probably of our collective project, because as open societies, as democracies, we should pay attention to this. And I can say that in Europe, with the Commission and with member states, we are thinking a lot about a positive engagement to help, to protect, to finance, to contribute to the digital commons. I was thinking, I don't know if all of you know the famous Kronberg law. So technology is neither good or bad, but nor neutral. So technology is not neutral. Of course, we'll do amazing things with those technologies, and I think that we will find some solution for climate change, for a lot of other issues, the next epidemiologies, etc. Of course, we'll see ugly things from criminals, from states, from maybe big private monopolies, I don't know. But this is not the only issue. The issue is that technology is neither good or bad, but nor neutral. It will change the way we create, the way we learn, the way we interact. And the impressive things, and Timu knows this, those technologies were invented by very ideological people. And they were very creative during the 70s to see that those big machines, the computers, had to be used to empower the people and to conceive personal computing. That was very ideological and visionary. So they did create personal computing and this indestructible network to empower the people. And we did, and they did. And we did empower the people. We did have to, we lived an impressive stream of innovation, of creativity, of access to education, access to knowledge. My two daughters, they are much more smarter than I was at the same age, because at this time I did just know France and French newspapers and French intellectuals and just this. they know everything. They know about US, about Black Lives Matter, about Japan, about, and they exchange with people everywhere. So we did succeed in unleashing this innovation, this creativity, this progress. And now we have to face people that learned to use this against democracies, as you said, Tim. So we have criminals, and some of them are very impressive. They are like multinational companies, and they learn, and they are organized, and they have resources and money and technology and knowledge. We have bad actors, and some of them are states, and we can observe this in Ukraine, for example. And maybe we have the unpredicted consequences of some business models. Because from my perspective, we will have to discuss strongly about the business model of personal advertising within social networks, because it does induce emerging consequences that were not planned, of course. That was not the goal, but now we have to fix this. And that's why, and I conclude with your question, as governments, as democracies, as open societies, we should pay attention to rebalance a bit this revolution, and to rebalance it, we probably have to protect the digital commons, the public space, the civic space, and because digital commons are free software, open data, open standards. Here, everyone can innovate, everyone can understand, everyone can contribute, and this is what we look as democracies. We want to empower our citizens, I hope. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this important thoughts, and also strengthening the importance of open data. And we have about 20 minutes, so I believe we are able to manage one more round of short questions, and I would like to ask also for short answers to fit in the time that remains. And first question, the second round, I would like to ask again Roberto Viola. We all know that the G-Connect has recently proposed many legislative files that actually are here to enhance the digital economy and to bring the data access to all the citizens of the EU. However, how can more advanced countries provide access to data, artificial intelligence, and computing capacity to partner countries so they can use these resources on their own use cases?
Thank you, Peter. Indeed, it's very important that when looking at creating externality with technologies, we make sure, as I said before, that everyone has access to the most advanced computing capabilities, satellite imagery, algorithms, and that requires generosity from those that started a little bit first or have a little bit more financial means to do that. In Europe, we have created around computing an organization which is called EuroHPC, which now has 32 members, not just from the EU, but also outside. And clearly, and this organization is entrusted to run the network of supercomputers of Europe. And one of the missions of this organization is to open up supercomputing and algorithms to the world and make sure that we can do that. I said before, this is a kind of discussion we are also having in the Trade and Technology Council, how to mitigate the risk of AI, but also how to use AI for good purposes, and I mean also offer capacities. It's also clear that this is we walk the talk in satellite, because the Copernicus images are open data. And I'm not sure, but I suspect that the images you used were coming from Copernicus satellites. Yeah, so that's again what we do with the offering the world the possibility to use the best high-resolution images. And then there's an element which comes from the openness. So again, we need to walk the talk. When we say open, we really have to mean open, no strings attached to it, nurture the community of open standards, open data, pass legislation to favor this kind of models. So, and then many mentioned, I mean, the need to make sure, Peter, for instance, of protecting also the individuals, as individual, respecting them, data protection. So this kind of blend, I mean, makes the possibility to extract good externality from what we do.
Thank you very much for these thoughts, and definitely openness is one of the keywords coming out of this discussion. Now I would like to turn back to Taiwan, and would like to ask Minister Tang if you would like to somehow react to what Mr. Věra said, and maybe to comment on the question if Taiwan has any initiatives dedicated to data sharing with other countries.
Definitely. So we just heard about Konsberg's first law, right? Technologies, the good or bad thing. But there are 6 laws, and the last law, the 6, says that behind every machine is a face. So technology is ultimately a human activity. It's not about user experience. It's about human experience. That's part of my job description. So to your question, I think data altruism, the part in the Data Governance Act in the EU, we're very interested in the data altruism idea. We actually adapted exactly the same definition and set up the dedicated division and department called Plural Innovations in my ministry, dedicated to the data for public good. And why I'm so excited about that is that it provided people's voluntary contribution to the commons. We already have some efforts, for example, in August, when we suffered a historically high distributed denial of service cyber attack, 23 times the previous peak. We asked people, because our website went online that very same hour, to pin on interplanetary file system on IPFS, our website, moda.gov.tw, which is also served through the IPFS Web3 infrastructure. And we got a lot of interest from not people in Taiwan, but people from abroad that want to keep our website alive during this attack on our resilience. And so this kind of protocols, IPFS and so on, I think provide a really good infrastructure on top of which everybody who have a little bit of computing power, a little bit of hard disk, a little bit of altruistic motive can easily contribute. And we need to build upon this zero knowledge protocols, this kind of multi-party computation and so on, to make sure that people who care about the same cause can voluntarily donate towards data altruism. So it's altruism on data, but also on computation, on storage, and all sorts of other things.
Yeah, thank you very much for your points, and also touching Web 3.0. That's important part of the future of the internet. And now I would like to ask Mr. Harel on maybe more concrete question. What do you think? What priority use cases should be considered? Should it be agriculture, extreme weather, emergency services, energy, or healthcare, or maybe any other that you would like to emphasize?
No, thanks. I think we've actually touched already across this panel on a number of the priority use cases. I think that, Roberto and the Destination Earth initiative, and, I talked about this a little bit earlier. I think clearly modeling extreme weather events and helping model developments to help with climate resilience needs to be a priority use case. I mean, it sort of fits all the criteria that would make something a priority use case. It's sort of technology is there, or almost there, so it's something that we can very much see in not just sort of a 5 to 10 year time frame, but in over the next couple of years, real concrete benefits coming from it. Certainly something that is global in nature. I mean, we've had extreme weather events, hurricanes just a couple of weeks ago here in the U.S. and Florida, but you see extreme weather events all over the world. Whether it's sandstorms and droughts in Africa or typhoons in Southeast Asia. So I think that's clearly a priority use case. I do think healthcare is another area, and we've seen a lot, as I talked about earlier, of improvements, use of AI to improve medical diagnostics, for early stage medical treatments. And I think continuing to work and sharing data to enable better trained AI in the medical diagnostic space is another priority use case. So I'd highlight those two in particular. I also think probably over the midterm, another area that would be interesting to focus on will be energy. I think there's a lot that we can learn about use AI on ways to conserve energy. We talk a lot about the green transition and the energy production side, but I think there's a lot that can be done on grid management to help reduce wastage and other steps on energy conservation that ultimately also be an important piece of the green transition. So I'd highlight that as a potential third use case to focus on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, to talk about use cases is, I think, very important. So for the citizens to actually to be able to imagine what this is actually about, and to bring them the sense of what benefits the new technologies bring. So I will stay in the topic of use cases, and I also would like to ask you from maybe French perspective, what do you think are the most important use cases, how to maybe accelerate the application, the practice, and maybe how to accelerate the adoption by the citizens?
Yes, but before speaking about some actual project we have, let's say that the most important is maybe to use and to help the actual digital commons. So Linux, OpenStreetMap, to protect TCP/IP in the ITU, etc. Because and the best way to protect them is to use them. And for an administration, sometimes it's difficult to encourage our public servant to use to live in those communities and to use it and to contribute, etc. So that's probably the first pillar, is to be within those ecosystems, to create with them, to learn from them, to share what we know, and to give work, knowledge, and sometimes money, but sometimes money. The second thing is that, especially in Europe, I think, and not just in Estonia, we have a lot of great e-gov infrastructures. So we could open, most of them are open source, but we could have a real agenda to share this, to share our identity system, the X-Roads, the France Connect, the open data portals, whatever we want, and to share infrastructure for government and our values of democracies, because of course code is law and democracy relies within our systems, because we did think about privacy, security, transparency, etc. when we did design the system. Then we have some like everyone, we have a very important project. In France, for example, we have the Health Data Hub, because, of course, we are a very centralized health system. I don't know if you know, but we have one database with all the ordonnances, the recommendations that every doctor in France made in one database. With this, you can discover a lot of drugs, for example, because you can discover that someone who had a headache at 20 don't have, I don't know, Alzheimer 40 years later because he took this drug. So with a big data approach, with just this database, you can discover tons of drugs. So the most difficult part is to build it while protecting privacy and to organize the distribution of value, of course. Do we open this for everyone, or do we try to, so we need a strong conversation there. And we can imagine a lot of new projects. one of my pet projects, because I did this with my team, maybe some of you know this is the Open Terms Archive. So you can join us and contribute and help us. We are building the database of every terms of services, of every digital services, and how they evolve. And that's fascinating, and that's a strong tool to empower authorities and consumers, and to discuss with everyone about the future of privacy or whatever you want. And just maybe because I have the chance to sit near Roberto Viola, I think that we Europeans, we should pay attention on something else, which is, will AI understand other languages than English? And for this, probably we need to finance meta model to teach AI to understand French, Estonian, Italian, and everything. Translation is a language of Europe. We are 27 countries with 25 languages. We should be sure that we can translate from one language to the other. And for this, we need probably a new type of command, which is not so expensive, actually. But multiplied by 25, that's a bit of money. Thank you.
I would add also translation of Czech, that is not easy language. Yeah, thank you very much for that. And we have a few minutes left, but I definitely would like to let also Mr. Esch, Mr. Hiela to say a few words. Maybe some comments on what was said, but also maybe for Mr. Esch, I also would like to ask what the benefits can partner countries expect from using and contributing to multi-country platforms combining data, artificial intelligence, and supercomputing capacity?
Go first.
Primarily I was asking Paul Esch, but yeah.
I guess as we're talking about sharing, we can share the mic too. Can I just start by saying I love that when I'm on panels with Henri and Minister Tang, they bring the philosophy first and then the practical examples. And that's, you know, really important as we start to think our way through some of these problems. I guess this question's got two parts to it, really. What benefits come from contribution and collaboration and from sharing solutions and the outcomes. There's an element in there of benefits that is also around efficiency and insights and actually bringing old data sets and using supercomputing power, AI, to bring new insights out of those. And I'm thinking about things like a longitudinal data set, a life study set that we have in New Zealand of a cohort of people that the University of Otago runs, that using some of these new tools, we've actually been able to find out a whole pile of things from data that's been collected over the last 70 years. That helps us and it helps others. So one of the main things I think I've touched on here is the need for collaboration across like-minded parties. Means we can bring the right technical and policy expertise and resources to solving some of our most difficult problems, including if they're not in our country or in our government or in our civil society or technical community. And it makes the likes of platforms combining data, AI and supercomputing capacity fit for purpose for all of the countries that seek to use it. I guess the other thing that collaboration does in terms of benefits is that it unlocks some of the ownership of the solutions when it comes to scaling those capabilities and using shared data. And we ultimately need to do that because the problems we're trying to solve, whether it's violent extremism or climate or health issues, as Peter's described, they don't have borders, they affect all of us. And the more we can pool resources, the better. That also helps us make the most of the resources we all have, whether that's latent computing power and bringing out individual citizens' desire to be altruistic, or using the resources that other countries have, whether it's specialised technologies, whether it's, in New Zealand's case, drawing on renewable energy that we use to power the data centres being built in New Zealand. In effect, we're converting New Zealand's renewables sector into computing and data services for export and for sharing. Those benefits, I think, promote digital inclusion and solve some of those problems. I guess the key thing here is that that's actually harder than it sounds. It's easy to explain that and say it works really well, but actually as Peter identified earlier, we can get stuck on the problems at times, and we've seen this in some of the fields we work in, admiring the problem rather than trying to build some solutions. It's where the polis model in Taiwan has been so effective, having lived there and seen the problem of taxi regulation many years ago. I really admire what you've done with polis. And that's where I think the Declaration on the Future of the Internet really has untapped potential at the moment, because in effect the Declaration can form a common operating language for those of us who are looking to do some of this sharing. We know we're working across a set of common values. We know we're working in a very similar way. And as we build that community around the Declaration, I think the benefits will actually start to play out quite significantly. There are some great examples I can just demonstrate that dock neatly into that. One of those is the Digital Nations group, and to Henri's point, that group is enabling the sharing of solutions for delivery of public services right the way across that group and open sourcing them. Similarly, the work of the Global Partnership on AI, launched by France and Canada 3 years ago, to me, that offers extraordinary potential for a multi-stakeholder approach to making the use of AI safer and making it easier to do the sorts of things Peter's been describing. The last piece I'd say in there is around trading and the economic impacts of shared resources. And for New Zealand, certainly one of the things we have implemented around free flow of data and technological solutions is the Digital Economic Partnership Agreement with Singapore, Chile, and now with South Korea and Canada joining, which actually mandates the free flow of data to make that possible for others to participate. So I think, you know, there's a range of different options there, but the key thing for us is parties or partners in the digital, in the declaration, is that we will have a common operating language that means those benefits can be more easily realised, and we will know when we're seeing things that don't fit within the parameters that make it possible to do that work together.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Mr. Hele, maybe also if I will be happy if you react to what was said, but maybe additional question. What benefits have we seen in collaborative research, and how do you think we can scale those benefits to regions that maybe do not have such access to or the same access to advanced digital resources or talents? So if I can ask you for some brief comment to this not difficult question, and hopefully we will have then 1 or 2 minutes for summary by Roberto Viola in the end.
Yes, thank you for that kind of easy question to answer. I'm not sure, but I would like to say that there are, at least from my point of view, there are so many fascinating innovations going on in every sector, which really, you know, is a kind of combination and cooperation between the businesses and the research community. So I would just like to stress a couple of, you know, the flagship projects. Maybe in Norway we have a couple. And I could, you know, mention for every sector, but I just maybe mention 2. One of our flagship projects is the electric and autonomous container ship called Yara, Birkeland. What we did was we dedicated one of our fjords, which we can do, and New Zealand, to an innovation space for autonomous ships. And that was, you know, the thing that we did for the government side. This has been a project going on for 4 years, and I'm glad to say that this summer, the Yara Birkeland, the container ship, is running 24/7, fully operational, and it's all electric and autonomous. And I think it's also, you know, it's important to stress that it needs the government. We needed to dedicate the fjord, make it an innovation arena. But also, you know, you have all the technology, and you also have the businesses, and also, of course, the research community as well engaged. So that's one of our flagship projects, which I hope also, can. We've just been looking at the start of it, and it will be really interesting to see what will come in the future. The second flagship project, which is really promising, and that's coming from Norway. I think there's a lot of interesting things going on within the aquaculture field. We have two of our, world biggest suppliers of salmon are now piloting individual-based precision fish farming, which is really advanced technology as what ingredients to it. The pilots are ending in this year, and it will be really interesting to see this scaling up in the coming years. I believe that the aquaculture sector, if we look 5 years ahead, it's completely different. It's totally innovated. So just two flagship projects. That's I think it's natural to pinpoint from a Norwegian perspective.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing for us this best practice. It's really inspirational. We could discuss it much longer, definitely, but unfortunately we will have to finish. But I would like to ask Roberto Viola, as director of the most relevant, most important director general in this DG Connect, what are your takeaways from this debate? How would you summarize it?
Thank you, and I will be short, I promise. First of all, many thanks to you for chairing this panel, and congratulations to Norway for joining DFI. Really, I understand difficult decision, but may I dare to say the good one. So thank you very much for being part of DFI. I think this panel, if I dare to draw a conclusion, the idea of tech for good was a little bit of an experiment. I mean, let's say whether this is something that we can really do within DFI, and I think the answer from this panel is definitely there's a space for it. And I would really underline what Minister Tang said about data altruism, which is the opposite of forcing someone to do something that doesn't like. So this altruistic vision of the internet, which is very interesting. So the idea that if we have infrastructure that can unlock the power of data, if we have standards that we can develop in common, if we have scientists that can work together, let's do it. This is, again, something unique of the DFI setting, because once again, it points to the responsibility of governments, I mean, to do this kind of things, because this is about public investments, it's about regulations, it's about enabling factors. So once again, it's an area where we have a kind of a special mission for DFI, which is not mission impossible. On the contrary, on the use cases that Peter mentioned, including, I think, linguistic diversity is an interesting angle that we should not forget. These are very interesting cases that speak to people, frankly, about the really model which is give us something in an altruistic way, we give you something in return, which is a kind of deal for good that I think it's a very interesting way to look at the internet of the future.
Thank you very much, Roberto, for this short summary. As I've said, we could discuss it much longer. Unfortunately, time is up. So my only task is now to actually express my great appreciation for all the contributions, comments, your expert insights, and thank to all the panelists, Roberto Viola, Audrey Tang, and now it has disappeared. So Peter Herel, Jan Hiele, and I just have to not to mix the names. Okay, thank you. André Verdier, and I think I have mentioned and Paul Esch, of course. So thank you all. It was a really wonderful debate, and now it is time to say a few organizational points by Eva. And big applause to the panel.
I have my microphone. Also, thank you also from my side to distinguished guests for joining us in this panel and for bringing the practical cases. So in Europe, we have digital innovation hubs. In Norway, you have digital innovation fjords, maybe. Yeah, so thank you very much, and also great that we can use this opportunity to announce that you are joining the DFI. This is perfect, so this is really nice to have you all of here. Now I would like indeed to share a few practical information with you, because now you might see in the agenda we are coming to the very nice part of the day, which is lunch, of course. I would like to invite you all to the foyer, which is when you leave this room, you will turn left and then once again left, and then you will find a large foyer with catering. So please join us, do networking if you would like, find partners for your projects and discuss. We would like also to see you in the afternoon, of course, here again in the main meeting room for the panel on disinformation related to the war in Ukraine. That's shortly all from my side for the moment, so I hope you will enjoy your lunch and looking forward to see you in the afternoon again. Good afternoon, welcome back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed the break and enjoyed the networking. Thank you to be back here with us during the Future of the Internet event. So we would really like to start sharply, as much as we can, at 1, please. So for who are just having a coffee, please finish and join us in the main meeting room. I would like to open this afternoon by explaining that we will continue with of course, the principles of the declaration discussed in the morning, but we'll focus more on the disinformation part now in the afternoon. And especially we will discuss with the speakers a bit later the events around the spread of disinformation surrounding the war in Ukraine. So we will kick off the afternoon. I will not speak shortly with our distinguished guest, the Director General of DG Connect, Mr. Alberto Villa. I will not take it any longer. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope you had a nice break. So, dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it's for me an honor and a pleasure to open the afternoon. I will be short, but I just want to link the morning with the afternoon. So in the morning we said the spirit of the countries that adhere to the DFI principle is that we restrain from regulating the freedom of people, because democracies do not need to regulate the essence of democracy. That means that we will never pass a legislation about the truth, what is true. We will never endorse state moderation of conversations on the internet. But then, if someone doesn't adhere to these principles and is using, the tools that are developed in countries which adhere to this principle against the countries themselves, to undermine the very fundamental principles of democracy, in an attempt to distort the truth, but also to make all possible damage to our democratic societies, what can be the response? And of course, this is not a simple question. So we are not discussing in the afternoon about everything again. We are discussing on a very specific issue, which is the information warfare, the intentional use of social media to undermine the democratic process, and especially this in connection with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So that's the focus, which is very specific. It's even more specific. It looks to the issue of content moderation in languages which are not the mainstream languages of the platforms that are offering service. So content moderation in English, there's been some progress. I'll speak in a second about it, but this is not enough. I mean, the issue is how we make sure that in the languages group which are more sensitive to disinformation, we can actually be effective. Now, the answer that we have given in the European Union to this complex problem, how to avoid to moderate content from the state angle, but to make sure that we can fight disinformation, is basically, first of all, to work with the platforms that provide those services. This we have done with the Code of Practice on Disinformation, which is now at the second edition. We have copies for free, if I can make a little advertisement. It's quite a unique work in the world. So for the first time, we have all the big platform and the small platform committing themselves to basic principles. The first principle is that there should be cleaning up of platforms. Bots, fake accounts should be really eliminated. Because here we are talking about freedom of information of people. A fake bot doesn't have the right to stay, I mean, to be clear. I mean, so what is machine generated, what is created in order to have a system of trash in, trash out, does not belong to the discussion on freedom of information, to be clear. So this is one important element. The other very important element of the code is to look at the monetization, because algorithms are programmed to make money, which is okay. There's nothing wrong about it. But then we have to avoid the effect of algorithmic amplification of whatever is introduced by state actors, which, I mean, uses simply the commercial mechanism that has been created. So we need the cooperation of the platforms in this respect, and we need them to demonetize what is disinformation. And to decide what is disinformation, we need the civil society. And we need to work with the fact-checking organization, independent fact-checking organization. The European Commission does not sponsor fact-checking organization intentionally, but has given them for free a platform in which they can work securely. So the independent fact-checking organization, universities, all the civil society that does this debunking, does this work, and needs to be valued within the platform themselves, that they have to listen and they have to work with them. So this is another important element of the code. And then when we see also what we can do about the responsibility of platforms, there's the new legislation in Europe, which is called the Digital Service Act, which is about the responsibility of the platforms and the fact that the platforms have to run a risk analysis. That means that they themselves should account and look at what are the risks that their platform are taken hostage by state actors in order to spread disinformation. And this will be done through an independent audit, and we will take the matter extremely seriously. Now, one specific aspect I mentioned before that really is part of the panels this afternoon is content moderation in languages which are different from English. That's where we need more to be done, to be frank. The new code has been a good step, but I mean, language moderation in specific EU languages, it's really lacking. It's, of course, something that requires an investment from the platforms, but we think this investment is worthwhile because, once again, size and economic success comes also with responsibility. So that's an area where we do hope that the cooperation will go to the next step, and we have, as it is, by the way, a commitment in the code, much more activity in single individual languages in order to fight this specific angle of this war, which is the disinformation war. Many thanks for your attention.
Roberto, thank you very much for these words and for giving this context also on what the EU does and what is the vision. And you outlined it already that we will have now different discussions about that. First, we have a scene setter where we will invite 5 distinguished speakers. There will be 2 ministers, researchers, and also a representative of an industry who will provide more detail into the context, especially when it comes to the spread of disinformation related to the war in Ukraine. And then at 1:45 we will move to a panel debate that will talk about concrete cases and about lessons learned, and eventually also outline what is ahead of us. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to the first speaker, but before I do this, I would just like to remind now the speakers that we are very much under time constraints. We really need to be strict. So it's a 7-minute limit for each speaker, and I please really respect that. We very much look forward to all these contributions. So the first person who will join me on the stage is the Czech Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Jan Lipavský, who has just returned from Ukraine yesterday. And so we very much look forward to hearing your experience with the spread of disinformation, because you are dealing it really on the front line, I guess, every day. So thank you very much for joining us. And Mr. Lipavský, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to be here at the high-level multi-stakeholder event on the future of the Internet. And I especially appreciate that I'm here to address the topic of challenges of disinformation, which is one of the priorities of the Czech presidency of the Council of the EU. I have to begin with one statement, and that says that disinformation kills every day. During the COVID pandemic, disinformation convinced many vulnerable people not to be treated, resulting in tens of thousands of unnecessary deaths. And before and during the war in Ukraine, disinformation has persuaded hundreds of thousands of people across Europe that Russia possesses some kind of right or mandate to commit atrocities against a democratic sovereign state. Disinformation is influencing our citizens' motivations, desires, and values, as well as affecting their health. And this must stop. The information war is real as the war on the front lines in Ukraine. But it is a silent war. We do not hear the rumbling of tanks and artillery explosions. It is nevertheless the same, malicious, creeping through our society, infecting people, tearing families apart, paralyzing civic development and destroying constructive dialogue in society. Divide and conquer is the narrative that Russia and China use when they strive to divide our societies into opposing camps. And our answer should be that a lie is not an option. We must not allow criminals to abuse our freedoms and hide their actions behind freedom of speech. Our democracies are based on fairness, democratic institutions, and on confidence in the rule of law and human rights. However, democracy and freedom of speech are also fragile. And unfortunately, we have long overlooked the fact that certain states and entities with malicious intentions have been bending the principles of freedom of speech, which they themselves disregard. Russia and China are exploiting people's desire to find the truth. Affected people believe they know the truth and can save others from falling for a conspiracy by further spreading the disinformation. Those who believe disinformation are often lost and confused, and it is difficult, if not impossible, to bring them back to reality. The toxic propaganda coming from countries that brutalize their own people is then spread to those in their proximity. Disinformation is a deceitful tool of the hybrid communication war introduced into our societies by Russia and China, and it is spreading like cancer. We have learned many lessons from our past mistakes and now better understand how to fight disinformation. We are confronting manipulation and lies, and together with our partners, consistently fight back. Our public must become resilient to Russian disinformation. And that brings me to an important point. What we, Czechia and other European countries went through in recent years is what our partners are going through right now. Russian and Chinese neocolonialism is not only about the raw materials and resources, but also about the information space. We can see a growing influence in sub-Saharan Africa, Central Asia, but also just outside our borders in countries like Serbia. We need to work with states all around the world on this issue, listen to them, be their partners, but we must also remain explicitly critical when they are lax in their approach to disinformation or outright welcome hybrid influence. With this comes certain pressure on the countries of the Eastern Partnership. They should articulate their positions more clearly, show that they want our help and strictly adhere to the principles of non-circumvention of sanctions against the Russian Federation. In our fight against hybrid influence and disinformation, we commend the close interministerial cooperation between the Ministries of Interior, Defense and Foreign Affairs. We are focusing on strategic communications and building values that help to resist hybrid attacks and disinformation. I also appreciate the work of our partners, organizations and teams within the EU. Countering foreign information manipulation and interference, FIMI, has been one of the Czech EU presidency priorities. Therefore, we initiated work on conclusions which were adopted by the Council in July. We are now working on implementing guidelines, including possibility of imposing costs whenever the manipulation and interference on information appears. And the digital space is interlinked with human rights. Czechia promotes international collaborations to maintain a free, open, safe, secure and stable cyberspace, where democracy, rule of law and fundamental freedoms apply in the same manner online as offline. We actively support the concept of digital humanism, which stipulates that all decisions affecting human rights must continue to be made by humans and that the decision makers must be responsible and accountable for their actions. We promote a human rights-based approach to the whole life cycle of telecommunication ICT technologies as a part of a human-centric vision of the digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that actions must be taken in close collaboration with governments and other stakeholders, including digital services and online platforms, to reduce illegal and harmful content and activities online. We must defend our shared values and show unity and readiness to protect the right to freedom of expression, both online and offline, while encouraging diversity of opinion and pluralism without fear of censorship. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Lipavsky, thank you very much, and also thanks for outlining the vision that the Czech government has and also outlining the digital humanism principles, because this is a lot what we are also talking about today. The next speaker will be the Minister of Entrepreneurship and Information Technology from Estonia, Kristian Järvan. And you know very well that Estonia is usually given as an example of the most, or one of the most digitalized countries, but it is also at the direct border with Russia and very often first on the target of the disinformation campaigns. So, Minister Jourová, please, we look forward to hearing your reflections and your experience with this topic. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. First off, just to test the floor, rise up if you think you have met disinformation in the wild. Rise up. It's also a test so that actually after the lunch break you wouldn't fall asleep. Smart like that. But okay, so I saw about half, and probably the other half is still digesting. All right. So first off, the criticalness of this topic is, I would like to raise 2 points. First off, when I visited Ukraine in August and the Security Council there on cybersecurity, then actually the main topic they wished to discuss with me was propaganda and disinformation. That was what they were solely focused on during times of war, and this shows actually like how critical this is. And also they have developed an AI tool that, based on linguistics, actually finds different media sources in different countries that are producing news for years in their local language, building trust. And then when the time is right, the button is pushed and the propaganda starts. And actually, my advice to them is actually to bring this kind of tool to the EU level, the NATO level, or any international free media organizations, because I think a lot of disinformation is not about technical stuff. It's more about the sociology of people. And again, like, even if you can imagine the Ukrainians have this kind of tool and they're saying this is disinformation, for the Western media, it's still like she said, he said. So we need to bring these kinds of tools. The tools themselves can't say what is disinformation on their own. You still need trust. And for that, these things need to, those kind of tools need to be on the EU level, for example. Yeah. So for Estonia, this is kind of old news, this information, because during the Soviet Union, this was constant. I don't know if it's okay. Let me give you an example. My mother was at a museum conference, and her colleagues from Denmark came, and it was, I think, in June, and their point was that, hey, for years we thought that you were a bit crazy and delusional, but now we see that you were right. And like, yeah, we told you so for 30 years. Like, so it's kind of old news, but still, like, I can give you examples of what kind of disinformation is being used. Of course, like who's responsible for the Russian-Ukrainian war. Of course, we see that all the time. That also in Russian media, that no, NATO planned to use bases there and whatever, take over the world, and that's why we needed to attack, to protect freedom and protect civilians. So you see this narrative that we are destroying civilians there because we want to protect civilians. And they are terrorists, so we have to destroy civilian infrastructure. But yeah, and of course, all the classical things that you're doing, you're blaming. So this is not new. Goebbels said that the more extreme the lie is, the more probable it is that people will believe it. It's still true today. And when we talk about legislation, like as the Director General said, that we shouldn't actually limit the technology. Like, internet is quite old already, but still we don't see a way how to regulate in a way that only good things happen and bad things wouldn't happen. If you regulate it so much, then nothing will happen. And so again, technologies, they are only tools, and legislation is for how do we mend these social rules that are actually the things that make us move. And I'll give you some examples also that how much people trust the media. So background information, there's about 1/3 of Estonian populace is Russian ethnicity. And we see the differences. For example, 88% of Estonians in Estonia trust the media. But with Russian ethnicities, it's actually 30% they trust Estonian media and 20% they trust Russian media. So, and actually the paper is prepared in a way that this is the place where I say that we need more education. That might be, but I'm not convinced in that. Actually, when we compare the numbers that why I made you stand, it was because we see that 70% of Estonians believe that they have been in contact with disinformation, and for British people, it's 16%. So 70 and 16. That gives you a hint that during the Soviet Union, people also read between the lines, and the education was actually vice versa, that no, everything is true. So there's a question like how much you can do with education in reality. Like it's good for a principle, but like in practical terms, there are limits. This brings me to actually regulating private sector as well. Like how much can we believe that that Facebook or YouTube won't show you the content that you like? So we have always been talking about the bubbles, that you like some kind of stuff, and then all the media gives you more and more information that proves that you're right, and you like it. It feels good, and it's good for the business as well. So how much can we like trust that whatever system we were making? So there have been systems before, legislation to regulate this, but of course it makes sense that companies won't kill their business, because the only result would be that competitors come and do what they can't. That's it. So, but then again, there are examples of where this kind of self-regulation works. Like Wikipedia is actually a good, I would say, place where actually there is no. So I think this is the 0.1% where I don't agree with you. So instead of choosing the universities, which also some groups are very thinking they're far left and we shouldn't trust them, instead of that, it's more a self-regulating system where people themselves decide, like not on like I like this quote or not, but is it proven or not? We see some new stuff happening in Twitter. Let's see how it goes. But again, I'm 100% with this ideology that the government should never say what is truth. But we can have different methods. Let me give you a different example on how we're actually regulating investments into Estonia. Right now, we're passed an act on this and looking into foreign investments. So again, with foreign investments, we don't look if the guy is good or bad, but we look at the system behind them. So we see some investment companies that are heavily dependent on not the free market, but actually the government. And basically they are governmental tools to do strategic investments. So bringing back to this disinformation discussion, I think we shouldn't look at the content. We should be looking at the background system, like where the bots was a good idea. And if you have like 7 guys who are making thousands of accounts and repeating the same system, then this is a systematic error that's also viable and in the interest of private sector to regulate. So I think there are many things that we can do, but at the same time, it's a constant battle to not regulate. And there should be this kind of mentality that if you're not sure, don't pass the law, because those stuff will stay with you for a long, long time. And and it's actually really hard to go back on this. But definitely disinformation is a problem, and we can see that instead of blocking. Okay, one more topic. I know I'm out of time, but so a good example is Trump on Twitter. We did kind of exactly the same thing with Russian media news or like channels in Estonia. We banned them. What happened was that the old grandmothers put satellite dishes on their houses and still watched it further. So, but now what's really important is with Trump, I think it worked on Twitter. But this because there was one person. But if you look at this disinformation on the ground, it's much more horizontally layered, meaning Facebook groups, drops here and there and everywhere. So this kind of killing the one king doesn't work. It's conventional warfare. When we're talking about, it's a good example, I think, how Taliban worked in Afghanistan, that this disinformation is kind of like that, and we are trying to wage conventional warfare on it, which will not work. So instead of that, just let's creep through to our beliefs and avoid that we are becoming the aggressor state because we have created a tool that we wanted to use for good, but actually the wrong party got elected and now it's all bad. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jourová, thank you very much for sharing this experience from Estonia. Now, any effort to tackle online disinformation, of course, needs to have on board also industry, and especially the online platforms where people and users can upload their content to. So Leslie Miller, who is the Vice President of the Government Affairs and Public Policy at YouTube, is joining us today, and she will add, sorry, can we show Ms. Miller? Okay. Now we need to show Ms. Miller, please. She will add this industrial perspective to this picture, to our debate, and she will talk on how online platforms can contribute to addressing the challenges. So I hope I saw Ms. Miller a few seconds ago in the stream.
I can hear you and see you.
Thank you very much. We just don't see you on the screen, so give us just a second, please, so that we can also have the audience in the room seeing you. These are the beauties of the internet, you know. We think we know it, we think we master it, but okay, here it is. We see you now, Ms. Miller. So thank you very much for joining us. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you very much to Director General Viola and Vice President Jourová for inviting me. I am in San Francisco, and it's still early morning here, but these conversations are so important, and I'm honored that you invited YouTube to participate in this esteemed panel. So thank you very much. I will just take a few minutes to talk about how YouTube thinks about tackling topics like disinformation, misinformation, what we have seen and done as it relates to this awful war in Ukraine. And I don't know if we will end up having enough time, but I had looked forward to a bit of a dialogue and obviously hearing from the remaining members of the panel. First, I just want to say that I know that the last 3+ years have been incredibly challenging for everyone around the globe with COVID. And in this now increasingly close to a year with the war in Ukraine and the surrounding areas, it has been an incredibly difficult time. And I have been at Google for almost 13 years. And in my tenure at this company, I have not seen as much volatility, uncertainty, and these challenges as I've seen over the last few years. When I moved over to YouTube, there was an understanding as a company that continuing to try and find that line between valuing free expression but being responsible was something that our CEO put as the #1 priority. And it has remained the top priority, and being responsible permeates across every product design, feature rollout, and decision we make at the company. So let me just put this into a little bit of context when I talk about responsibility. We have a framework that we call the 4 R's, and apologies to those in the audience who've heard this before, but hopefully repetition does not spoil the prayer. So the 4 R's are what we remove, reduce the availability of, raise, and reward. And in remove, this is probably what many folks are most aware of with YouTube, which is we have a set of community guidelines, content policies for the type of material that we won't allow on the platform. We've always had rules of the road, but we've recognized over the last several years that we need to make sure that those rules are regularly being examined, that they're being informed by government and civil society stakeholders, and that we are updating these policies to adapt to the changing landscape around us. And this is the remove category. We issue a quarterly transparency report, and in Q2, the last quarter that we've released the report, the next quarter will be coming out soon. In Q2, we removed over 4 million videos. Of those 4 million videos, over 90% of those were caught by machines in order to operate at scale. Of those, 2/3 of the content received less than 10 views. So we understand that it's not just about removing, but removing at scale and removing quickly so that the harm is not done based on the number of views prior to remove. The second is, what do we reduce the availability of? And it was mentioned earlier about recommendations. And we've made a number of changes to our recommendation systems over the last few years to make sure that what is being recommended to any individual, sure, it will be informed in part based on your location, your language preference, things of that nature. But we will override your other variables such as watch history if you're moving in a direction where the content may be borderline. And we will make sure that what we are recommending to you is from authoritative sources or counter information. And that is what so we are reducing the availability of borderline content. The third area is what do we raise? And this is the areas in which we do not just sort of media literacy programs, but what are we also putting forward when people come to YouTube and they're searching for the war in Ukraine? And we're making sure that what we raise up is from authoritative sources. This is particularly true when it is around sensitive breaking news events. And then finally, what do we reward? YouTube, when YouTube generates revenue, that revenue is shared with creators. And we want to make sure, though, that all creators who are investing in building businesses on the platform are doing so in a responsible manner. So they must meet additional thresholds in order to become part of the program to generate revenue for themselves. So those are the 4 R's. I just want to touch on how is that tied to the war in Ukraine. The first thing that we did, and this again was in partnership with governments and academia and civil society, was we geo-blocked Russia state-sponsored media globally. And in doing so, we've geo-blocked globally over 750 channels and over 4 million videos. But that was just sort of almost like the most obvious way to address what was happening regarding disinformation coming from Russia. The other things that we did is we expanded, for example, we brought into scope the Ukraine war into our major violent event policy. Therefore, content that suggests that it is trivializes or minimizes what's going on in Ukraine or argues certain rationale for the war in Ukraine, that comes down. That is violative. Content policies around misinformation, such as misattributed footage or manipulated content, that comes down. And so it's not just what did we geo-block that was clear Russia state-sponsored media, the more obvious, but what are the, what was referred to before, where are the areas where there are, where the Russian government is finding ways through almost subversive media entities to try and push disinformation. And we are looking at that holistically across our content policies. In addition, and we do a quarterly bulletin on this as well, we work with the Google's threat analysis group that is regularly assessing where there are Russian entities who are disguising themselves to attack Google accounts and or to sow discord. And we take actions on those as well, removing them off of YouTube. So these are a couple of the things that we've done as it relates to the war in Ukraine. But I also want to just highlight again that when there was questions around specific language and are we really doing things beyond English, we are. For example, in the areas of what we make sure that we are raising up in Ukraine, there have been more than 100 million impressions, which is basically views of authoritative information in Ukraine. On the flip side of what do we remove in our quarterly transparency report, Ukraine is one of the top 20 countries by removal rate through Q2 of this year. And you can see that on our transparency report. But our work is really never done here. I know this. And I know that many in the room there and the folks that spoke earlier, you are much closer to this awful war in Ukraine. We want to continue to be partners with you. We want to hear your feedback. We want to hear what you're seeing on the ground. We want to make sure that we are not contributing to real world harm. And we very much appreciate the partnership that we've had with governments and with organizations who are helping and advising us and informing us to make sure that as disinformation continues to grow in new and very fast ways, we want to make sure that we're in front of it. But somebody said it's a constant battle. Disinformation is hard, but resilience is one of the paths forward. And I absolutely agree in that and welcome ongoing partnerships in this area. And with that, I'll hand it back because I know we're running out of time. But thank you again very much for letting me participate.
Madam Miller, thank you very much. I think we can send still the applause to the US from the heart of Europe. Thank you very much for this unique perspective, as I said, also from the perspective of the online platforms. And I think one topic that also came already multiple times is this multilingualism and making sure that measures not only work in English, but also in other languages. But now let's move to another group of very important actors on that field or on that ground, which is researchers, because they do a tremendous job in describing and analyzing how online disinformation spreads and what are the main drivers and multipliers. And so they also look what impact does online disinformation have on people and how it can change or impact the societies, and at the same time how to make the societies and people more resilient against disinformation. So our next speaker, also connected remotely, Claire Wardle, who works for the European Digital Media Observatory, and she runs the task force under this observatory on Ukraine. She is also the professor of practice at the Brown University and co-founder and director of the Information Futures Lab. So I hope that we have Madame Wardle with us, connected. Yes, very good. She's also considered a leader in the field of disinformation, verification, and user-generated content. So, Madam Professor, thank you very much for connecting with us, and we look very forward to your remarks and to your experience with this topic. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me, and I'm really sorry not to be there with you. It's semester time here, so I'm teaching lots of students today, but I'm excited to be here and sharing our work with you. So I am here representing EDMO, the European Digital Media Observatory, that really has been doing amazing work, pulling together the best researchers across Europe, thinking about these issues around information. And if you haven't visited the website, it's full of easy to access resources and research, so I really would recommend that. So I chaired the task force on disinformation and the war in Ukraine. And to be completely honest, we worked really hard for about 6 months, but none of us thought this was going to continue. So I think the other question here is, how do we respond to information emergencies like Ukraine, which many of us did not think that we'd still be seeing the horrors that we're seeing. But the task force was established in early March 2022. It included 18 members from right across the EU, representing academia, journalism, media, and civil society from 10 different countries, and everybody was acting in their personal capacity. But as the task force, we published regular roundups of fact checks, mini research projects about what we were seeing to do with the invasion of Ukraine. And then we published a major report in June with 10 recommendations. And so not to go in depth around that, but what we really wanted to make clear is we were just not ready for something like this. I remember the first weekend after the war happened, watching what was happening in Silicon Valley, and people like Leslie, you know, suddenly thinking, how do we respond? What are our new policies? And I was thinking, oh, I can't believe the platforms weren't ready. But I also think we have to recognize that civil society and researchers, we weren't ready either. We don't have a consistent database for collecting this. We don't have people trained in the same methodology. We don't have good ways of collaborating. We don't have good ethical codes about how we do this kind of work during a war. I mean, all of these things, we just weren't ready. So I think the things we have to learn as we come out of this, when we're really thinking about responding to something as complex as disinformation, is how do we build that infrastructure? How do we develop the pipeline of researchers and analysts to do this? How do we have ethical codes to know how we work with governments and not? And things like transparency are critical. We ask the platforms for transparency, but for example, when the decision was made to ban RT and Sputnik, whilst instinctively many of us thought that's a good idea, you know, as we heard earlier, that had other repercussions. And fundamentally, it meant that journalists in the Netherlands who wanted to look at what was being shared on RT couldn't even access the platform. So we have to be much smarter about how we do this and demand transparency from everybody. And the one big thing that we learned was the members of our task force who came from many countries that border Russia kept looking at those of us who were from Western Europe or the US and said, you have no idea the realities on the ground. You've banned RT and Sputnik. It doesn't matter because the same narratives are being pumped out by almost all of our broadcast media and print media. And it's not just happening on Facebook and YouTube and Instagram. It's happening on all the media platforms, but also from our religious leaders and the conversations that people are having around dinner tables. Like, this isn't just an online problem. We have to think about the information ecosystem in the round. So we need better tools to monitor this on social platforms, but we also need better ways of monitoring this across broadcast and print. We don't have ways. I couldn't say, what is it that people in Bulgaria were seeing today? And in the same way as the platforms don't have enough linguistic skills, we also don't have that at civil society level. So we've heard it from other speakers, but the language issue is fundamental to this because, as we just heard from Leslie, the platforms are increasingly relying on fact-checking processes. They're relying on civil society and researchers, but then they use AI systems to scale that. But we know that, you know, we have some pretty smart artificial intelligence systems in English, but they do not work as effectively in other languages. And even from a personnel perspective, we don't have enough people doing this work in many of the languages from countries that border Russia. But this shouldn't just be about the Ukraine invasion. We need to understand the ways that this is working in different languages right across the globe. And I think one thing I would also want to stress is we have got much better at playing whack-a-mole with individual atoms of content. Should YouTube take down that video? Should Twitter label that? Should Facebook add a label to that image? That's how we think, when the truth of how disinformation works is it's about narratives that use grey speech. It's all about adding to the confusion. It's all about emphasizing divisions that already exist. It's about using techniques that are never going to cross the platform's policies, but it's about taking the concerns that people already have or the biases they already have. So we have to start monitoring at the narrative level rather than looking at atoms of content, because that's how persuasion happens. It's at the narrative level. So I think that's one of the major things we have to think about as we move our work in disinformation. Is debunking is important, but it is absolutely not the full answer. And the more that we understand growing narratives, the more we can think about using inoculation theory or pre-bunking or other ways to try and respond to those narratives. So, and the final thing I'll say is, one of our members of the task force was Sonia Livingston from LSE, who does a lot of work around media literacy. And she did a kind of a landscape review across Europe and said, one of the main responses to the war was how to talk to young people about the war, which of course is necessary. But the failure, I would argue, of the EU to have a connected media literacy response and framework was something that we just weren't ready for. And last week, I trained a group of Ukrainian journalists, creatives and artists. Many of them were sitting in the dark because of power cuts. And they had the most phenomenal ideas about producing games, creating artistic ways of making people understand the tactics and techniques that were being used against Ukrainians during this invasion. And spending the hour with them was just the most amazing experience because they really understand what works. And to them, it wasn't just how do you teach people how to use Google in terms of media literacy, it was thinking much more innovatively about how to start a conversation and build resilience. So there's such hope out there, but we have to learn from the last the last number of months and say we weren't ready and we can't not be ready again. And there's so much we need to invest in terms of tools, skills building and developing programs. So I'll leave it at that, but there's a lot that needs to be done still.
Professor Wardle, thank you very much for these remarks. I think, again, a warm applause from Prague. Thanks for sharing this evidence from your research, and I can just confirm that we really felt here in Prague how passionate you are about the topic and how keen you are to help and to fix that. So hopefully this will be possible in the next months and years when we come back and start working and implementing what we discussed here today. But we have one more speaker to welcome among us. It's Karina Stasiuk-Krajewska. She is a media expert specializing in media theory and ethics of professional communication, and she is also a member of the strategy board of the Central European Digital Media Observatory, which is a regional hub for the EDMO hubs. And she works at the University of Social Sciences and Humanities in Warsaw, and in her research she focuses on the role of education, critical media literacy and fact-checking. So I think this will really complete the picture of what we are just discussing now. So I give you just this remote control and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I have a few slides for you and I will have to be very quick with them. I hope I will manage. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity of being here, and I'm very honored with the possibility of representing CEDMO and also my university. And the idea of my presentation is to show you some reflections on the impact of disinformation on the society, taking into account the situation with disinformation about Ukraine in Poland. But let's start with some data from other researchers. And what you can see on the slide is the March 2022, and the research by IBRIS, which is Institute of Market and Social Research. And the research showed that at the beginning of the war, let's say, there was about 120,000 attempts of disinformation activity in this area in the Polish internet. And also at the same time, we have about 10,000 accounts that spread this disinformation. And also, as it turned out later on, there were more or less the same account that spread disinformation about COVID-19 pandemic. Also, from that time, we have data from CrowdTangle tools, and the data shows that there were about 3 million reactions on Facebook per week in the field of disinformation about Ukraine and the Russian aggression in the Ukraine at that time. And now, of course, we are observing weakening of disinformation activity in this field. But I'd like to stress that, in fact, still we have about 17 times stronger disinformation in Poland about Ukraine than in the same period in 2021. So it's not so strong as at the beginning of the invasion, but still it's much, much stronger than even before. However, I'd like to argue that the nature of disinformation is also changing, and this is clearly seen in the example of disinformation activities in Poland in the area of social media, where disinformation related to Ukraine changes its context and thus becomes more difficult to recognize and combat, and also, let's say, more embedded in existing prejudice and stereotypes. As shown by the Magog report, the Magog Poland report, based on the analysis of the dominant phrases in the internet, the currently threats of disinformation in this area are related primarily to the presence of refugees from Ukraine in Poland and the alleged resulting threats. A good example is the word Ukraina. The word Ukraina is similar to the word Ukraine, and it differs only in fact 1 or 2 letters, because we have P instead of K and R. This phrase is, as you can see, quite strong or even very strong in Polish media, and also what we can see, it getting stronger at the beginning of the war, but also we have some other peaks, and these peaks are connected to the situation in Poland, because the peaks are connected to the moment where a lot of refugees from Ukraine arrived to Poland, and also the peaks are connected to some discussion in Poland about the situation, for example, of children from Ukraine. And it's a very interesting example, because I don't know if you know the abbreviation UPA, which is Ukrainian Insurgent Army, let's say, and also Stefan Bandera, and this UPA and Stefan Bandera, they were responsible, and that's true, responsible for attacks, among others, on the Polish civilian population in 1942. And this context, UPA and Bandera, were present in the anti-Ukraine narrative in Poland already before the war. But it strengthened after the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and mainly the arrival of Ukrainian refugees in Poland. The obvious goal on the narrative is building the sense of threat and conflicts between Poles and Ukrainians, and also dividing society. And here you have another example, but I have no time to talk about that. So I'd like to show you the example of this narrative connected to UPA and Bandera. You have the translation of the text on the slide, and also you may see the data about the popularity of this kind of communication, this kind of text, let's say, films or movies. And also I'd like to pay your attention that it really awakes the worst traits and stereotypes if you look at these men from the film. But what is even more important from my point of view are the results of the research we conducted together with Professor Michał Wenzel, my colleague from SWPS University, in the frame of SEDMO grant. And as you can see, this slide looks quite nice, let's say, if I may say so, because this light blue is not, we don't have much light blue color. So what we may say is that, let's say, I don't know how to say it, but this maybe simple traditional narratives of Russian disinformation are not very strong among Polish population. But look at another slide. When we ask about criminals, when we ask about treating by the systems, by the system of education, for example, it's getting, let's say, lighter, which doesn't mean any nice here. And here you have another examples. And these examples show what is the main point. And the main point, the main problem is the feeling. of threatening by the refugees from Ukraine. So this is another example, and also our research showed that there are groups more vulnerable to disinformation: younger, uneducated, women, but also people who do not see traditional media, and people who are politically passive. I think it's also a very important conclusion. And if we compare it with the level of digital competencies in Poland, I think some of you know this data, and also with the data about using social media in Poland. As you can see, we have much more social media users than 1 year ago. Also, about 83% of people in Poland are social media users, and 93% of them uses internet, via mobile devices. And one more important point is the very strong position of TikTok. And summing up, I would like to say maybe what is the most important thing in my presentation, and what should be emphasized, that disinformation narratives, and the narratives, not fake news, it's very important, about Ukraine are still very much present in social media. And it's also worth noting that they are very popular and correlate very strongly with the beliefs of people in Poland and in Eastern Europe, as it was showed by the results of our research. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to our distinguished participants. This provided us a lot of food for thought. So I hope that you kept some space in your stomach after the lunch. And also, this nicely introduced the following panel, which will focus also on the disinformation, especially in Central Eastern Europe, and lessons learned from the war in Ukraine. So I'm very delighted that we have Felix Carter from Reset today here with us, who is impatiently waiting for his panel here for some time already. I'm also glad that we have a Vice President of the European Commission today with us, Věra Jourová, who I'm sure will attentively listen to this discussion and will also summarize and share her views on this topic at the very end of our event. I would also like to introduce our panelists, who are now all in person present here with us in Prague. So please, if Daniel Brown, Deputy Head of Cabinet of Vice President Jourová, can join me here. Also, Theo Bertram, Vice President for Public Policy, Europe at TikTok, please. If I trust, I should have you here in Prague. And then Markus Reinisch, Vice President of Public Policy of Europe and Global Economic Policy for Meta. Thank you for being with us as well. Subsequently, we have Dominika Hajdu from GlobeSec and Peter Ederle from LACMUS. So now over to Felix. And
as soon as I have my microphone.
Yes, have a good discussion.
Is it working? Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Does that work? Okay. Okay, our slot has been trimmed a little bit by about 20 minutes, so I'll try to be fast. Welcome everyone to this last panel today. Very glad to be here with you. We've heard some very impressive opening statements, some framing input that will inform our discussion now. We've heard that disinformation kills. It remains a key threat also in Russia's war against Ukraine and against democracy at large. I also think it's fair to say that tech companies have taken some unprecedented steps in response to the war. One of them is the renewed commitment to a code of practice against disinformation that we're going to discuss in a minute with Daniel Brown, amongst others. Not everyone thinks that cooperation has been working so well. We've heard it also that especially governments in Central and Eastern Europe, haven't found tech companies to always be very responsive to their requests, for instance, haven't seen sufficient investments in content moderation capacity, especially in languages over here in this region. They don't seem to be terribly wrong, to say the least. Documents released by the Facebook whistleblower Frances Haugen last year suggested that Meta spends 87% of its content moderation budget on the English language, and 13% dedicated to the entire rest of the world. So the big question now is if the EU Code of Practice can improve the situation. And I would like to discuss this question with 5 excellent speakers. Firstly, we have Dominika Hajdu. She was quickly introduced. She leads Globsec's work on countering disinformation and a great Slovak think tank. We have Theo Bertram remotely with us. He is TikTok's Vice President for Public Policy in Europe. We have Markus Reinisch here with us on stage. He's Meta's Vice President for Public Policy also in Europe. We have Peter Ederli with us, who leads Lakmos, a Hungarian fact-checking website. I just want to give you some special credit for doing this kind of work in a country where the government is probably the biggest source of disinformation. And we have Daniel Brown here, who is the Deputy Head of Cabinet for Commissioner for Vice President Jourová, who is, of course, the face and engine of Europe's fight against disinformation. And I want to hand over for some quick opening statements, starting with Dominika.
Thank you very much. I should also have the presentation. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll just start very quickly. What we do, we are based in Bratislava, Slovakia, but we do have initiatives and projects which cover the entire Central and Eastern Europe, which actually allows us to gather examples and work with partners from across the region. So I will not be speaking only about Slovakia. But I have been gathering several examples from the region, and we are also a co-signatory of the Code of Practice on disinformation. And on the positive side, I do have to say that the cooperation and willingness to cooperate from the side of the platforms has increased with the war in Ukraine. We have been able to communicate with them more. They were the so-called fast-track cooperation channels created through which we were able to flag certain content pieces which were then removed. But at the same time, what we're still seeing is the systemic issues which point to an insufficient cooperation with state institutions and civil society alike. Indeed, we definitely agree with the fact that we cannot only cooperate, you cannot only cooperate with the government, because this could set a dangerous precedent, especially in Hungary, for example. This wouldn't actually contribute to the freedom of speech, but there are huge amounts of civil society organizations who can act as trusted flaggers and with whom you could cooperate more. Then there is a lack of cross-platform coordination, which should definitely be improved, and there is a huge systemic issue which we find here in Central and Eastern Europe, and that is too little people, too little staff dedicated to Central and Eastern European markets. Up until last month, I've never spoken to anyone from the social media companies who speak Slovak, or actually, the representative of Czechs is here from Google, but we haven't had people who are well aware of the situation in Slovakia. And the lack of cooperation can be embodied in 4 key elements. One of the examples is that a trusted flagger organizations with whom I spoke, they actually made this report about how many responses they get from Meta on the flag content, which is about hate speech and incitement to violence, and they actually told me that they get only in 10% of all flagged content they even get a response, whether it is actually a content that it should be taken down or not. So 90% of the flags are being ignored. Because there is a lack of personnel, there is too much reliance on AI, which frankly does not work that well in Slovakia, Czechia, Hungary, and Polish language. It is another systemic issue is that the platforms are not sharing information transparently. I believe this is also due to the fact that there is just a lack of people who can communicate to us about the key decisions that have been made. And then, as a result, the content flagged by both state and NGOs stays online. And while I have several examples, I'm aware of the time. So I just wanted to highlight two, which embody this lack of systemic cooperation, and this one is from Bulgaria. So there is a site which has been flagged several times also by our Bulgarian partners, Center for the Study of Democracy. It's called Pogled Info, and when I went to the site, the first actually post that I saw a couple of days ago said was this one, and it said, "Without the support of the Americans, dark times are coming for the Bandera people, and the Ukro Wehrmacht will be defeated." This is obviously a strong pro-Russian propaganda example, and this site actually has hundreds of thousands of followers online, and it actually is even bragging on the side that, you know, it's being fact-checked quite often, and is being actually taking the sources from Russian, it's taking the information from Russian sources. At the same time, there is this NGO called Atlantic Council of Bulgaria, which, as you can see, has on its website articles saying early warning for a new surge of Kremlin information aggression. There are other examples on how to support democracy and Euro-Atlantic cooperation, etc. And the site has been blocked by Meta several weeks ago. And the only information that our partners, the NGO in Bulgaria, received was that they were spreading anti-Russian content. And while there might be some issue with this NGO that actually no one really knows about, it hasn't been communicated transparently, and there were no clear examples, there was no clear explanation of what has actually happened. So this just points to this balance of, you know, what kind of content of anti-Ukrainian disinformation and anti-Ukrainian propaganda is being stayed online, and this anti-Russian propaganda site, you know, being blocked. And I have plenty of other examples of content which is being shared widely. This one is from Romania. It's a very hardcore Ukrainian disinformation with over 2,000 shares. There's another example I wanted to point to, and this is about the lack of cross-platform cooperation. While we have worked and our authorities in Slovakia have worked very consistently with Meta representatives on blocking these two individuals. They are being criminally prosecuted in Slovakia. It took us months to work with Meta to actually take them down, but at the end they have been taken down. But then we go to TikTok and they are there. And this is a huge issue because while we have invested huge amounts of effort into working with one platform to limit actors who are spreading very hardcore hate speech, incitement to violence, they're being criminally prosecuted, then we have to do this again with another platform which has signed up to the Code of Practice on Disinformation. I think that this is something that we should definitely tackle. So this is a key message I wanted to pass through. I believe that there should be more people who speak the language, who know what is going on, who recognize the actors in different countries. And I'm not talking about third-party fact-checkers here, because the third-party fact-checkers are fact-checking content which is already there. I'm talking about more people hired by the social media platforms with whom we can systematically cooperate for things as these not to happen on these different markets. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dominika. I hear that TikTok had some technical issues, unfortunately, but that means we gain a little bit of time that would lead us to you, Markus. And we just heard Dominika say that key reason for, let's say, poor content moderation outcomes in Slovakia is a lack of staffing and resources invested into local or regional content moderation. Can you tell us how many people work on content moderation in Slovakia?
Thanks, Felix, thanks for having me. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to obviously present the position as well on our efforts to deal with misinformation, disinformation, and also keeping people safe on platforms. We have content moderators. These are not fact checkers. Yeah, to be very clear, so obviously, and Peter, I'm sure will have a view as well that actually fact checkers are a very great component as well to deal with the misinformation challenge. But we have content moderators, and there's about 40,000 people in Meta that deal with protecting the integrity of our platform in the languages that we operate in, and also specifically, and because of the conflict in the Ukraine that we're talking about here, we have Ukrainian speakers, we have Russian speakers in the Ukraine, because that's another language that's prevalent in the Ukraine. So our own employees do speak the language. It is very difficult to pin it down on sort of single language representatives or single people that represent the language, because you have, for example, take Russian, where a language that is spoken in various countries, so you cannot necessarily pin it down. But the biggest effort that we make is not just to rely, obviously, on the algorithm, which is a very powerful tool, I wouldn't underestimate that, but to support that, to have manual flagging to the algorithm, or what is reported from the algorithm that is a borderline case where the algorithm itself is not certain about this, that is then dealt with the local language capabilities that we have. But can I just, before we go down this one route, is the Ukraine crisis has been quite an exemplary and a unique situation. I think for all of us, and just from a pure personal level, and we've had Leslie, this is probably one of the most level of uncertainty. That's at least personally, and at Meta, I'm not stranger to crisis, and we have them from time to time, but this was an enormous effort to really deal with this unprecedented aggression from Russia and the time that was spent into it. But this is quite a unique conflict when it comes to platforms and to communication, because this is one of the few conflicts that we had that is not an internal conflict, not a conflict of opposition versus government versus warring groups, civil strife groups within a country. This is one of the few conflicts where you have two sovereign digital states, one violating the territorial integrity of a country, condemned by the UN. And that makes a difference, because that allowed not just platforms, but I think also politics to be much more assertive when it comes to pushing back and to have frameworks to pushing back networks. But standing up to the bully comes also with consequences. And again, we have experiences ourselves. We have been very robust in pushing back against very firm demands from the Russian government to, for example, take down anti-war content, to take down Navalny content, not to label state-sponsored media in Russia. And as a consequence, we have been blocked in Russia. And we're not able to be an information platform, not be able to be a platform to get, to communicate. With the result, just, in the first couple of weeks, to get this into context of the invasion of the Ukraine, Russian users of our platforms watched the videos of President Zelensky about 60 million times. So there is an enormous effect that the platforms have to actually provide useful, authoritative information to the people in a crisis. And let me just sort of finish on one thing that we have learned from this, that actually the free and open internet is still an extremely fragile flower. And that we see the Chinese internet model is not just limited geographically, we see that spreading. We have very ardent followers of the Chinese internet. And I think that we as platforms, Western democracies and democracies overall, have to really stand up and defend this very fragile plant, and also not, or lead by examples and not engage in digital separatisms themselves. So I think that's something that really is a lesson that we learned from this.
Thank you, Markus. I will note, though, that you weren't able to tell us how many people work on content moderation in Slovak. I heard that TikTok was able to connect now. I would like to invite Theo Bertram for a little opening statement input. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? We can hear you very well.
Can you hear me okay?
It's good now, yes.
It's good now, yes. It's good now, yes. It's good now, yes. I've got a lot of feedback. Okay, I go ahead.
Okay. Good. That gives us the opportunity to move on to Peter from Hungary, running LACMOS, and to give us a little bit of an impression what his work in countering disinformation looks like in Hungary.
Hello. I have a short presentation. Okay, there we go. Thank you. So I'm Peter Erdély. I'm the director of LACMOS, and this is a dedicated anti-disinformation and fact-checking site launched this January in Hungary. In my opinion, Hungary has the most difficult information environment in the EU. This is largely due to government interference in the media space and high levels of media capture. In the Hungarian context, very large online platforms still enable and profit from the spread of false and misleading information. Let me give you one recent example so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. So, shocking report on Ukrainian war crimes. This is a headline from less than 2 weeks ago from Origo, the largest Hungarian news site. This is not a fringe blog, this is not some anonymous group on the edges of the media space. This is the mainstream of the mainstream, consumed by hundreds of thousands of Hungarians each day. Origo is part of the Central European Press and Media Foundation, a government-aligned entity controlling over 450 outlets. That's making it more difficult. Okay, I'll try. So, over 450 outlets in Hungary. The article pretends to cite a UN report, which in fact details horrific acts of sexual violence, torture and murder committed by Russian troops against Ukrainian civilians. You can see the first few paragraphs of the original report on the screen now. It does mention crimes committed by the Ukrainian army, but the overwhelming majority of it is about the war crimes committed by the Russians. Beyond the highly misleading title, the article pretends to quote the report. It says, according to the document, the crimes committed by the Ukrainians are, and they use quotation marks here as if they were quoting the UN report verbatim, supported by real evidence such as videos, but alleged violation by Russian forces are mostly based on eyewitness accounts. This is completely false. The UN report does not talk about real evidence versus alleged violations or anything like this. So this is the type of content government-controlled outlets produced. It's not only Origo, other entities carried similar articles on the topic. But let's stay with Origo and look at the article page. And you can see the screenshot, there is a Google ad right above the title, which falsely claims the report is about Ukrainian war crimes. And that's not the only one. In fact, there is 14 Google banners on this page alone. Google is directly profiting from this information and bringing revenues to the producers of such content. I'm not sure if you can see, I marked the number of Google ads with tiny red numbers on the big screenshot. So there are a lot of it. The article was also promoted on Facebook, and this is the record of the promotion from Facebook's ads library. If you look at the language of the Facebook ad, remember that many people won't click the link, just encounter the content in their newsfeed, as you can see on your screen now. Shocking UN report on Ukrainian war crimes, tortured Russians, pretty much the opposite of what's happening on the ground and the opposite of what the UN report describes. This ad reached more than 25,000 Hungarians for the cost of 45 euros. Facebook is a super efficient tool to promote content, including disinformation like this. And people promoting this type of stuff knows this very well, because in the past years, this advertiser alone spent more than 400,000 euros promoting content like this on Facebook, reaching all the Facebook users in Hungary many times over. High levels of media capture means traditional sources of information are controlled by the government. The very large online platforms are just too big to capture, but they exist in a symbiotic relationship with producers of disinformation, profiting from false and misleading content and taking money to help it spread. And I know, Felix, it's your job to ask the questions, but I would love to understand better if the code of practice allows for the promotion and monetization of this type of content, and if platforms are comfortable for taking money for it. Thank you.
Was that a question for Marcus or for Daniel?
For the first one for Daniel and the second part for Marcus.
Okay, then we'll also give Daniel to tie this into his opening statement. Will you tell us how the code of practice can improve these problems for us?
Yes. So good afternoon. I have my boss in the audience, which is unusual, so I have to be extra cautious on what I say. Yeah, I mean, it's clear that the digital sphere has a lot of potential for democracy, for access to information, also in this crisis context, and many good things were done by the platforms. But we clearly see that in the region there are big issues also in the digital sphere that have big impact on political discourse. Now we have the tools. This just quoted Code of Practice was signed in June by 34 organizations, which we believe is a very strong toolbox to reduce disinformation. One thing that is crucial is the strong cooperation between signatories. We have a multi-stakeholder approach, so I'm also happy to be on a panel with such a range of people. The code has platforms, big and small, civil society, fact-checkers, advertising sector on board, so it has enormous potential in addressing these issues. And the start of the Russian war on Ukraine actually coincided with the final stage of drafting of the code, and it just underlines and appears more clear than ever how the commitments of and strengthening the commitments of the code are urgent and necessary. And before I mention the concrete expectations and a reply to Peter's question, I need to stress that if the whole digital rule book of the EU is based on, I don't want to be too technical, but procedural due diligence of service providers and the obligation to mitigate risks, it's very clear that the Russian disinformation on Ukraine clearly constitutes a key risk for civic discourse. And today we're also clearly seeing that not enough is done in this regard. So we need to see an effective response, and let me in this context highlight a few key areas where we expect platforms to take strong action based on the code, and I will try to distill them into three main points based on also what other speakers were saying. First, we have seen examples on the slides of disinformation related to the war that is extremely harmful, and that is actually war propaganda. This is not opinions, it's part of hybrid warfare, and we expect platforms, if needed, to adapt their terms and conditions to make sure that they are fit for purpose and this extremely harmful content is not propagated through online platforms. Second, as we've heard from several presentations now, the concerns related to disinformation, especially in this region, in Baltic states, illustrate that more effort needs to be done on the detection and moderation of disinformation content in smaller markets and languages. And here, the very clear commitment in the Code of Practice to implement it efficiently across member states and languages is really key and something we will be looking at. This also relates to fact-checking, which needs to be extended to cover all parts of the EU and all EU languages. What's equally important is, I think, again, following up on previous speakers, that this cooperation is accompanied by proper labeling of fact-check content and acting on it. Many fact-checkers are debunking narratives and very harmful disinformation, and it's important that this is labeled and followed up. So simply there's obviously too much dangerous disinformation remaining without fact-checking and labeling. And the follow-up is also needed for user flags, so when users flag content. And it can't be that very clear propaganda is flagged and nothing happens, and there is not even a reply. So the platforms need to invest sufficiently in human and technical moderation capacities to comply not only with the code, but also with the Digital Services Act, which I will mention in a second. And now the third point, to react to Peter, part of the motivation of disinformation actors is surely financial gain. The new code has a set of commitments to cut financial incentives for purveyors of disinformation. There's evidence not only from Peter, but also recent articles that disinformation content is still monetized. Such posts are even elevated. And here, really all signatories, and it's a cooperation, it has to be a cooperation, but all signatories who are involved in placement of advertising need to take better measures. It cannot continue that players spreading disinformation on the war, whatever their motivation, reap financial benefits so easily and widely from that. I said 3, but I can't skip one more thing. So 4th out of the 3 points I wanted to mention. What we have just heard also shows how important research on disinformation is to better understand and respond. And for this, it's really key that the signatories live up to the commitment in the Code of Practice regarding access to data for researchers. We have a methodology for that, that EDMO facilitated, and it was agreed between platforms and the research community. And it's a very good instrument and should be implemented. And this goes in parallel to the automated, non-sensitive data access that is needed for up-to-date research. So these are all areas that are covered by the code. Now it's time to implement it swiftly. And again, the Ukraine situation, I think, is a bit of a test for how effective it can be. We will monitor this very closely. We have a wide system of indicators to check that. For instance, on implementation of the code member state by member state, on cooperation with fact-checkers, and the impact of fact-checking, as I mentioned, and regarding demonetization, we will want to see real numbers showing the efforts made by the signatories in cutting ads to disinformation pages. To conclude, I promised the reference to the Digital Services Act, and this is inherently connected to the Code of Practice. The Act was officially published last Thursday, so this is really new core legislation for obligation of online service providers. And next to specific rules on how platforms handle illegal content, this also covers transparency, accountability, but also risks linked to disinformation, with many strong tools in case of non-compliance. And we are very serious about the code DSA structure. So it will be really moving, tackling harmful content from self-regulatory regime to a co-regulatory for the very large online platforms, at least. And large platforms will now have the possibility to use the code as a mitigation mechanism for not only reacting, but also preventing risks linked to disinformation. And I believe the Commission team will move very fast to assess whether the Code of Practice can be classified as an official code under the DSA, and it can be the instrument if it delivers. And of course, platforms also need to adapt to how these risks that we see today evolve. And we are in this context and in the context of the reports quite worried about rumors from certain corners about possibly deprioritizing investments into content moderation. That's really going opposite the direction that we are expecting in light of these gaps and risks, and opposite to compliance, honestly. So again, it's clear that disinformation is a key risk also under the DSA, and the Ukraine war is a particular situation requiring special attention. Yeah, so to conclude my conclusion, the implementation deadline is coming in 6 weeks for the code, so we look forward to seeing the results, and also in January a strong baseline report with meaningful data that would allow us to have the confidence that the code can play the role that I mentioned, which is really of societal importance, because the aim of the new rules is to align the legitimate, totally legitimate profit incentives with the interests of democratic societies, and we should not see the gaps and the risks and the actions taken as just a matter of regulatory compliance, but also a matter of keeping really a rational institutional political model that we have in democratic part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. There's a big blue bird in the room, and you talked a lot about compliance now. Twitter's new owner over the weekend himself tweeted links to conspiracy theories and articles. How will you ensure, how can the EU ensure that Twitter will uphold its commitments to the Code of Practice? Yes.
I don't know, I'm not Twitter, ask Twitter, yeah. No, but let me mention that Twitter was a very important part of the drafting of the code, and they were particularly useful on the access to data point that I mentioned, so I can only express hope that it lives up to the commitments. I think we already have a large enough problem with unmoderated fringe platforms where extremists organize themselves, and we see that it spills into real-world harms, which is in no one's interests. So, yeah, what can I say other than, of course, the legal obligations apply to any service provider, regardless of the ownership structure and the nature and ideas of the owner.
Sounds promising. And Peter, Dan talked quite a bit about the role of fact-checking. I wanted to get back a little bit to your case because, well, in Hungary, as we discussed, the main source of disinformation is often the government or government-sponsored media sources. Do you think companies like Meta should apply fact checks also to these kinds of sources? And has this happened so far? Have you seen fact-checking as being consistent and effective so far?
So, as far as I know, there is only one trusted flagger for Meta in the entirety of Hungary. That's not to say there's only one person working on content moderation, because that's a separate issue. But as a third-party trusted flagger, there's only one person who is doing about 10 pieces of content a month. This is not quite the volume in which disinformation is sort of put out by various actors. And again, we are not a trusted flagger. We are not working for Meta. But as far as I know, there's an sort of unsaid, but you can clarify this, what the exact policy is, that statements by elected officials and certain mainstream media outlets and some other actors are not to be fact-checked by sort of the trusted flagger infrastructure. And therefore, this is more of a hearsay. I can say the reality is many statements made by elected officials and others which are not accurate, false, misleading, or stuff like what I just showed you from a mainstream media outlet is on the platform, and not just on the platform, but promoted on the platform for money.
Thanks, Peter. And now I see the sound is working. I hear the sound is working. And our colleague from TikTok is with us.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me this time? Great. I think everyone online could hear me before, but not in the room. So I'm sorry for the technology not working, but I'm very grateful to be here. I'm in New York for a prior commitment, so I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I know we're behind time, so I'll try and keep it brief so we can have a dialogue, which I think is much more interesting. But I'll share a bit of TikTok's experience of the war in Ukraine. The first thing we saw was a huge flow of information a huge demand and appetite globally for information about the war. We've seen more than 75 billion views of videos with hashtags related to Ukraine. In the first few days of the war, I think if you read a serious newspaper in Europe, what you would have read was that that Russia was going to sort of blitzkrieg its way into Kiev, and that it was inevitable that a swift victory would occur. But if you looked on TikTok, instead what you saw was a huge amount of videos that were about the resilience and the resistance of the Ukrainian people. We saw tractors pulling tanks. We saw Ukrainian bloggers who usually post videos about fast cars, instead posting videos about how to drive an abandoned Russian armored vehicle. We saw soldiers sending messages to their families. So this was the content that we saw on TikTok in the first part of the war, and it really resonated globally, as well as the powerful messages of President Zelensky. So I think the first thing we saw was this huge flow of information. Now, obviously, what comes with that is also an increase in the flow of misinformation. And just to give you a sense of kind of the scale and the unusual scale that we saw around this. So normally, in the first 3 months of this year, we removed 100 million videos. About 95% of those we remove before a single flag, 90% before a single view. But of those 100 million, we'd normally expect less than 1% to be related to misinformation. Now, with the war in Ukraine, as early as January, we'd started to build up our team focused on Ukraine and Russia. Obviously, we didn't know that the war would take place at that point, but we did see tensions rising. We built a dedicated team to focus on content in the region. Now, in the first few weeks of the war, that team identified and removed more than 40,000 videos. Of those 40,000, 87% were related to misinformation. So you can see the sudden increase, the dramatic difference in the scale of misinformation that we were removing from the platform. So, I think it shows the kind of how unique the situation in Ukraine has been and how quickly we've had to respond. And I think, I would echo what has been said by the other panelists, that I think cooperation, partnership between the private sector, between these big tech companies like us, and also with government, with fact checkers and with others, I think that's key. And I think that's why having the code of practice is a really important framework for us to work through the challenges that we face. Because I think whatever side whether you're in government, whether you're at a tech company, whether you're an NGO or a fact checker, I think the problems that we face in this are some of the hardest that we face anywhere in terms of the public policy work that we do. So I think this cooperation and partnership is key.
Thank you very much, Theo. One important commitment in the code of practice is awareness raising for users. That includes labeling state media accounts, for instance. I did some research for this panel, and I saw that TikTok indeed labels quite a lot of Russian state media outlets. Now, I did see that TikTok doesn't label the account of China Global Television Network, so a Chinese state media account, and I was wondering how that comes about.
So we've developed our global policy on state media. We actually didn't have a state media policy in place when the war started. And so we hurriedly put together a state media policy that was related to the war in Ukraine in particular. And we're still in the process of developing the global policy. But I think we've also found it very helpful in the precedent that was set in this context with Europe, where the Commission also designated certain state media channels to be that need to be blocked, and we were the first company to do those. But we didn't have a policy in place, and we rapidly had to put a policy in place. We focused on getting the policy in place for Russia and Ukraine, and we blocked more than 46, that we labeled more than 46 and blocked all of the Russian state media channels. We haven't rushed into a global state media policy. We are in the development of that, and that will be coming.
Thank you. Dominika, sorry, I'm just bombarding you all with questions. We talked a lot about data access for researchers today as a means of increasing public accountability, public interest research. What additional transparency or data access tools would you like to get from platforms? Also taking in mind that we're hearing a lot of talk about Meta shutting down CrowdTangle, for instance, which is of course a very, very important tool for researchers so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So far CrowdTangle is the only data tool that we have for the monitoring of the platforms, and we're grateful for it, but it only shows a glimpse of what is out there, obviously. I do think that once we have the reporting on a country-by-country basis with the code of practice, very importantly, we need to see what and how is content being recommended. So how do the algorithms which recommend content to users is being used to recommend this content? Because we have, I think, two sides claiming something completely different here. On one hand, we have the platforms who say they are demoting disinformation content. At the other side, we have researchers who, on different, just very specific case studies, demonstrate that it is actually being recommended. So we need to see what the societies are consuming, and I just want to, highlight the fact that nowadays in Central and Eastern European countries, around 50% of the society say that they're using social media as a key source of information, right? Yes, they're also using TV, also radio, but this is being used as a source of information which is shaping opinions, shaping voters' behavior. And we need to see, and we need to make sure that just disinformation and the content which is undermining the trust of the citizens is just not being recommended.
Thanks. Dan, how does that factor into your considerations for the code of practice?
The data access point. Yeah, no, I highlighted it, and I think that's a key element. I think we all talk about cooperation, and I think it's also in the interest of the platforms, but everybody else, that we don't rely in the risk assessments only on the platforms, that there's a wider community looking at what's happening. The code has two layers, as I implied. One is for the sensitive data that is needed for the in-depth research, where we need to have a GDPR-compliant framework, because I also see that CrowdTangle has limitations, and it's totally legitimate to be very cautious. And then there are these more general tools to really comb through the data to understand the trends. So this is an inherent part of the code. It's part of the commitments that the platforms, I think, were very good at adopting and even investing into creating this framework. And then this is in a way superseded by the DSA, because there's a lot of powers also for the enforcer, for the commission, to look into the data that needs to be looked at in case of assessing compliance is necessary.
So Dominika's work will become easier hopefully soon. That's great. I will ask you one last question, Markus, and I'm grateful for you to come here and discuss with us in person. And I also think we all agree that the substance of content moderation policies is extremely difficult and shouldn't be taken lightly. But one example, last week, a Russia Today propagandist, Anton Krasovsky, said on TV that Ukrainian children should be burned or drowned in rivers. As a consequence, he got fired by Russia Today. Which is quite noteworthy in the first place, but his accounts on Instagram and Facebook are still online. He has several hundreds of thousands of followers there. Isn't that a very clear case for content moderation?
So when we, and you've heard Theo speaking about this as well, I mean, I think the first line of attack is to actually address the spread of state media. And, it's not just enough to label it. I would assume that specifically Russian state media also has to be removed, and we were, I think, the first company that actually removed Russia Today and Sputnik from the platform. But not that alone, and I think that to some extent goes to address the point, is that if there are links to that information, so it's not the source, it's not just information that comes directly from those outlets and other media outlets in Russia, is that you also demote that as form of misinformation without actually having to go through the fact-checking process that you go down. Individual accounts, I cannot speak about the individual history of that specific account and what his activity was on Facebook or on the Instagram platform, but obviously the lion's share of our activity is not just to use the sledgehammer and address the state media directly, but is our content moderation and to remove harmful content. And to remove harmful content with the language capabilities of the places that we have. I mean, I think it is a meme that this language capabilities do not exist. It's obviously constantly a race to have sufficient sources, but specifically, as I said before, with the conflict in Ukraine, Ukrainian language capabilities were increased, Russian capabilities were increased, but also of the neighboring countries and the capabilities of our fact-checking partners. We have massively increased our investment in fact-checkers, in especially again Ukraine, but also in the neighboring countries, in the Baltics, in Poland, but also in Balkan countries. And so I think this plays an important role in the mix. The one thing, so I did not litigate all the measures that Meta is taking, because actually the platforms have very similar approaches to do this. So you heard from Leslie, you heard from Theo what to do, but one thing that hasn't actually necessarily been raised by the others is not so much to go just after the individual content, but to go to the people behind the content, go to the groups. We call that inauthentic behavior, coordinated inauthentic behavior. And that is also an extremely important measure to deploy. So we just last month took down a group which is active from Russia and actually from the Ukraine itself, addressing Ukrainian users and pretending to be serious news outlets and then going across all the platforms. So this is an extremely important measure to look at the systems of misinformation and not just of the elements of misinformation, and an important element that we concentrate on.
Thanks. I think we're out of time. Thank you so much to our panelists. The EU has taken on the global lead on regulating tech companies. I think it will give us a lot of work and things to think about in the months and years to come. Who will I hand over to now? You?
To me, yeah.
Okay.
I have my microphone, so that's fine. So I just think a warm welcome to Felix and to the whole panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this insightful debate, and thank you, Felix, for moderating the panel. I think it really was food for thought, and I'm happy, as Eva mentioned, that Madam Vice President of the European Commission, Věra Jourová, was very carefully following not only Daniel Brown, but also the whole panel. And she will be the one who will wrap up this topic for us now. Afterwards, we will also have one additional speaker from the US. But I would like to invite Madam Vice President of the European Commission, Věra Jourová, to the stage. While she is walking to us, just to tell you that her responsibility in the Commission is to work on ensuring that the democratic system in Europe is transparent, open and protected from external interference. When it comes to the internet, she promotes the freedom of speech and media pluralism, but she also works on actions against illegal activities and illegal content online. And as we have heard, she is also behind, or with her team behind, this little booklet that you can then collect after when we finish the Code of Practice of Disinformation 2022, the new edition that she unveiled earlier this year. So, Madam Vice President, thank you very much for being with us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. You see, I didn't lose time. Indeed. I'm happy to be here today with you to see so many important participants representing so many different countries and continents. And I am especially happy that we speak about the disinformation and its impact on Central and Eastern European countries. It was missing in our European debate over years. And I was alarming, because I come from here. I am the proud resident of Prague. So I am sure that from today on I will be referring to this event in different discussions with important partners, because here indeed I heard a lot of very important information and new inspiration. Yes, I was following closely the debate, and in the meantime I devastated my speech because there were so many new inspirative ideas that I'd like to react on as well. But before I came to this event, I looked into how many past tech predictions have come to life. In 1955, Stanislav Lem, a Polish fantasy writer, imagined a future where people have an instant and universal access to a giant virtual database, which he called a Trion library. So I think that Google was invented in Poland. I think that the description which Stanislav Lem gave us was very precise. Indeed, today, not only during this afternoon session, but also in the morning, we discussed about fantastic opportunities Internet is giving to a modern society, and many, many risks, which we mainly discussed now here. And I remember when I was in Lisbon at a web summit, I think it was 2018 or 19, there was the inventor of the web, Tim Berners-Lee, and he made an impression that he is a very, very sad man. He was on the stage, there were 70,000 people, and it was web streamed, and Mr. Berners-Lee was speaking about his original vision to create Internet as the tool for communication, emancipation, education, all these fantastic things which will serve the people. And instead he sees that Internet became the highway for hatred and dirt, which the people are able to produce. And he called for the new contract for Internet. And I think that we are quite close to it, because today we see that we have the Declaration for the Future of Internet, where we have today 62 partner countries which signed into it since April. And it was debated in the morning today, and I believe that the conclusion of this debate, and also several conclusions which we already achieved through our discussions with our US partners through the Technology and Trade Council, is that we need to cooperate, that we need to coordinate the global action, that we need to be able to promote the Internet, which will serve to the good of people, instead of to all the evils which we can imagine. And to imagine the evil, I think that Russian aggression in Ukraine is helping us, because now we can imagine what we were not able to imagine several years ago. A new war which shows all the barbaric behavior of the Russian aggression and the aggressors in Ukraine, accompanied by the propagandist war. And we all see that Russia is showing that they are masters in propaganda. They were showing it to us over several years since the annexation of Crimea. We saw that the intensity and impact of Russian propaganda is growing, and now we have the full attack here on our European territory. And I'm glad that we have this debate about the special impact on Central and Eastern European countries, because if you remember what the scientist said, the lady, she said that the producers of disinformation do not have to invent new stories. They are just amplifying old narratives. So that's the story about Bandera, which was true story. In the Second World War, yes, there was a lot of aggression and very harmful behavior, and still pulling out this story today does not discourage the Polish people from helping Ukrainian refugees. I think that when we look at the whole picture, we should not see only bad things. We see that the community, our society, our citizens are able to resist this brainwashing and do what they believe is the right thing to do. And so I just wanted to use this example of the situation in Poland today, helping millions of Ukrainian refugees as a optimistic story, or as a good story, which shows that there is a quite high level of resilience in our society. But we must not rely only on that. That's why we discuss what else should be done. We see that internet and technologies can be abused against the people. Abusing disinformation or using disinformation against the women and children fleeing the war in Ukraine is the most, I don't have the English word for that, not even the Czech word, the most awful practice and method that the Russians can use. Several years ago, I was in Auschwitz. And when I was going through the exhibition there, showing what was happening in that hell, I was thinking about the need to really think about how technology should serve the people and not being dangerous. Just imagine if Goebbels would have had the social media available. How easy job he would have to distribute the propaganda of Nazi Germany. How easy job would have Mengele having AI for identifying different parameters of the races and then saying he has the right to live and he has to go. So it was several years ago, and I thought this is just theoretical. Now, when we see how Russia is using technologies, and when we see that Russia has some influential collaborators, influential in the social media, collaborators on European Union territory, I think there is a lot to think about and a lot to do. And indeed, I am the Commissioner for Values, so it's my job to think about how to keep a high level of protection of the values on internet space. Today, the discussion was a lot about the platforms and the digital space where we see the information and where all the main information battles are running. Just a few words. We should not forget that it's not only the platforms which, of course, and indeed provide their space for that. And whenever I speak to the managers of the platforms, I am insisting you must ensure that you resist the temptation to make money on hatred, on dirt, on very harmful and dangerous content. I will come back to the platforms in a minute. Not only platforms, we have traditional media, which are paid to distribute disinformation. We have in European Union some state-owned media, in European Union member states, state-owned media, which also support the narratives which are far from the truth. And we have some state actors doing the same thing. We still don't have too many of them in the governments in EU member states. We have a lot of them in the national parliaments, and we have a lot of them in the European Parliament. These are democratically elected people who are gaining their political capital on lying. This is important to think over, because when we ask the platforms to enable the fact-checking, to hire the professionals to do the fact-checking and labeling, in fact, we ask them to label the content which was spread to the public sphere by the democratically elected people. And sorry, I have to go to the United States now. The case of sitting President Trump, who was labeled on Twitter. This is just a good illustration of what can happen. When Twitter did that, I reacted, this was necessary, because it was verifiable lie. And then when he was, through his Facebook account, inciting on violence and the attack on Capitol, I think it was the proper thing from Facebook to remove it. Sitting president, democratically elected person. So, coming back to the platforms, sometimes in 2016 I said at the Congress of Liberals that the security situation in Europe is worsening. After the annexation of Crimea, part of Europe overflooded already with the Russian propaganda. We had the terrorist attacks, we had the migration crisis, many different negative things, which were not easy for the people to swallow. And I said at the Congress that you will see one day we will have to choose between Putin and Zuckerberg. And it was a shocking statement, because for many people from the West, it was a clear-cut choice. Of course, Facebook is the biggest evil. Putin is too far. He's settled. He has his money for gas and oil, so he will shut up. We see that I was right. And then I heard myself around the invasion this year in February, when I discussed with the managers of big platforms, I asked them, could you please choose the right side of the history? Could you choose for democracy and not autocracy? I think I was more dramatic. I said, could you please say no to the evil? And it's not easy for them. They are doing a lot. There are a lot of efforts, and there will have to be more done. And the code of practice, which you discussed before, I think it is a good start. Our fight against disinformation has some stages. Between 2014 and COVID, we saw very well-targeted disinformation campaigns amplifying the already existing narratives. In fact, quite predictable campaigns, mainly focusing on Central and East European countries. In other words, on the former satellites of Soviet Union. And then with COVID, suddenly we saw the flat attack. Same kinds of narratives, anti-vaccination, anti-everything campaign which covered the whole European Union. It was not only Russia, it was also China, which was marketing its governance system, which is better able to face or to tackle the crisis like pandemic, and also a lot of very agile collaborators from our member states. It was the moment when we asked the platforms, could you please remove harmful content and raise the content produced by the authorities, health ministries and the World Health Organization. It was an extraordinary situation. Again, I would never believe, I will ask the platforms, could you please take some content as the authoritative content, because we never wanted to have anyone to be the only omnipotent arbiter of the truth, because we protect the freedom of speech. And we do not want to have some authority which will be dictating the only possible truth. But in pandemic, it was necessary to work with some trustworthy content. And then the war came. And here I would repeat myself. It was the choose the right side moment for us. Whenever I speak to the managers of the platforms, I have the feeling that these are real people who are on the same page with me as for the values. But again, what I hear from them, yes, we do not want to be the channels and amplifiers of crime, hatred, child pornography, and hate speech and harmful disinformation. But at the same time, I believe that they have to do more to, as I said before, resist the temptation to make money on it. And this is what Peter asked. Where is he? From Hungary. Tomorrow I go to Bratislava by Hungarian train. I hope I will not oversleep. I wouldn't like to appear on Keleti Pú in Budapest. Yeah, because we have some new story now in Budapest now with the campaign against the Western sanctions. This is the campaign which contains this information, because there is very compelling idea behind that because of the Western sanctions, the people have to pay 3 times more for electricity and maybe 2 or more times more for food. This is very dangerous, this information, organized by one of the member states' governments. I will leave the train in Bratislava. If not, I will ring you to pick me up. I will finish already quite long speech. There should be broader thinking and more creativity in tackling disinformation. First of all, we started to support the independent media and journalists better. We are supporting journalists working in the Ukrainian battlefield because we need them to deliver the verified facts. It's also important for the platforms, because what I hear from them, that they are, of course, ready to take down Russian propaganda, but they are not always sure about the news from Ukraine. Because in the war, there is propaganda from both sides, inevitably. That's such a rule. And that's why we need the facts, which will be delivered to us by professionals, brave people who are risking their lives. That's why we also finance a lot of things which should increase their security there. And we also, I believe, have to change the way we communicate. When I say we, I mean us, the Democrats. Us who have now the decision-making power. And I believe we will be able to do it better after we will have the data through the code of practice from the platforms about what's the situation, what are the narratives, the intensity, but first of all, the impact on the society. We don't know much about that yet. But I think once we have the data, we will look back and we will see that all the campaigns and all the narratives were predictable. That we might have expected that, and we didn't even react. And I think that reaction is not sufficient. We have to be proactive. We have to be able to count with those campaigns and be ready to prevent them before they appear. So it's totally different dynamics. And I believe we can manage that. I'm not a biologist, but or expert in tsunamis and earthquakes, I was informed that you can predict tsunami longer ahead than earthquake. I believe we can do the same with disinformation campaigns. And you look back, what was it? Migrants, Green Deal, minorities. This was always very, very predictable and not very clever. Honestly, when I look back at some campaigns, they were rather stupid. But the more stupid, the more dangerous they can be. So I believe that this is the next stop for our train, going towards the internet, which will be safer and more trustworthy, because this is what's at stake. I will skip the last part, which speaks about the Code of Practice and its connection with the Digital Services Act. It was very well covered by Daniel. But just one word, we mean it. We mean it seriously, that internet needs reasonable regulation, which will be reasonably enforced. And I want to finish with one controversial experience which I had. I spoke to Helen Thorning-Schmidt, who is now in Facebook board, which deals with disinformation. But she told me the biggest number of requests to remove content is coming from the governments, from the political actors. Those governments which will set up the independent bodies to enforce the Digital Services Act. So I agreed with her that the proper enforcement of the Digital Services Act will be extremely important. There will be additional regulation on political advertising to be enforced. And that it must not happen that we will be overshooting, that the bodies which will do the enforcement will be over-agile, and which might lead to the adverse effect of what we wanted, because among the biggest principles we still try to protect is the freedom of speech. It has to remain almost untouched. Almost means that it's not absolute anywhere. I wonder how we will see how the further development in the United States. That's why it's also important that we discuss these issues relating to the freedom of speech with the United States. I would get into the circle, so I will stop here. You were extremely patient and attentive. And I want to thank you for that. And the Commission is open for any good ideas which you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Vice President, for your words. If I may say, this was really to the topic. So very inspirational, I would say. And now I also would like to welcome on our improvised virtual online stage our other distinguished guest, Mr. Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor to the President of the United States, so who is joining us from the Washington, D.C., I understand. Mr. Sullivan is leading in the United States on innovation and competitiveness, of course, but works in lockstep with its allies and partners, not only under the auspices of the Declaration of the Freedom of the Internet. I will not take the time more longer, and the floor is yours. Please, thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Good morning from here in the United States. I first want to thank Vice President Jourová for hosting this critical conference and inviting me to say a few words. And most importantly, I want to thank all of you for participating today. Your diverse perspectives have enriched the conversation, but more importantly, your dedication has actually moved the ball forward. As you all know, our work is far from over, and we just heard from Madam Vice President at the European Commission how much we have left to do. And I look forward to continuing our partnership in the months and years to come. Just taking a step back, when the United States, the European Commission, and 60 partners from Asia, Africa, Latin America, and Europe launched the Declaration for the Future of the Internet in April, we presented a positive vision for the Internet, an Internet that is open, free, global, interoperable, reliable, secure, and above all, an Internet that is safe for all, ensuring human rights are protected, that privacy is respected, and online harassment and abuse is eliminated. Today, we've been able to come together to take stock of our progress towards this vision, and we greatly welcome the additional countries that have signed on to the DFI today, a step that bolsters Internet integrity and security for all. But as you've all discussed today, there is a long road ahead. While more than 24 countries made gains in Internet freedom over the past year, global Internet freedom as a whole declined for the 12th consecutive year. And while new partners have signed on to our declaration, many around the world continue to abuse the Internet to advance their own power rather than the potential and progress of our world. Simply put, we have our work cut out for us. Now, a few weeks ago, the Biden administration released our national security strategy, a product that drew from policy planning consultations and conversations with many of the nations gathered here. At its core, the national security strategy reflects a deep recognition that the most pressing challenges we face today cannot be neatly divided between foreign policy issues and domestic policy issues. That is not the world we live in anymore. So we built our national security approach on the basis of the foundational integration of foreign policy and domestic policy. We elevated our focus on issues that spill out of these two traditional silos: supply chains, the energy transition, cybersecurity, tax policy, and the future of the Internet. The United States is committed to doing our part, and over the last few months, we've launched several initiatives that uphold and advance DFI principles. Last month, for example, President Biden signed an executive order on enhancing safeguards for United States signal intelligence activities, which will bolster an already rigorous range of privacy, data, and civil liberties safeguards. The executive order implements commitments that the U.S. has made as part of the new EU-US data privacy framework, which protects privacy while promoting the flow of data across the Atlantic. But more broadly, this new executive order ensures that the United States government engages in intelligence activities around the world in a way that protects the privacy of citizens consistent with our values. President Biden's signature on this order shows that the U.S. not only talks about the values we believe in, but is seeking every day, imperfectly but improving, to live up to them. President Biden has also supported bipartisan efforts to pass new legislation that protects Americans' privacy, with clear limits on the ability to collect, use, transfer, and maintain personal data, including limits on targeted advertising. As part of this, the White House convened a session on tech platform accountability to hear from stakeholders about steps that we should take to protect privacy, to keep kids safe online, and to do so while ensuring a competitive internet economy. Following this session, which was held just a few weeks ago here, we developed a set of principles to guide tech policy for the United States, including strong federal privacy safeguards, appropriate protections for children online, increased transparency around algorithms and content moderation, stopping discriminatory algorithmic decision-making, and removing and reforming special legal protections for large online platforms. While many of these principles will require working with our Congress, we are committed to pursuing them. And in fact, just last month, we issued a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, a guide for the design, use, and deployment of automated systems to protect the American public in the age of artificial intelligence. And we're looking at this framework to ensure that we use technologies in a way that reinforces our highest values. In every region across the world, we're doubling down on our collaboration with partners who have endorsed the Declaration on the Future of the Internet. And we're working towards many of the principles alongside those partners that we've laid out in our own domestic documents. The United States believes that building diverse and flexible coalitions is the key to progress on all global priorities, and especially this global priority. It is, in fact, the hallmark of President Biden's foreign policy across the board. So, for example, through our digital connectivity and cybersecurity partnership, the United States is helping countries strengthen internet affordability, increase digital connectivity, shore up cybersecurity, and build capacity to address shared technology threats. Under this program, we've started the South Asia Regional Digital Initiative to improve cybersecurity skills and foster digital inclusion, especially among women in small and medium-sized businesses. We've also supported DFI principles through the Digital Invest program, a flagship of President Biden's Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, also known as PGII, which brings together public and private funding to help vulnerable populations access affordable, safe, and reliable internet service and digital financial systems. And internationally, we're working with allies and partners, including many at this conference today, to promote secure, reliable 5G and other high-speed access. We've this year passed the CHIPS and Science Act that our Congress approved on a bipartisan basis in August, which will provide hundreds of millions of dollars to help support the development of secure 5G and other high-speed network infrastructure globally. This reflects America's commitment to helping ensure that all citizens can get online and that they can do so over trusted and reliable networks. Additionally, the United States is focused on securing data globally because data security is important for personal security and for national security. So through the Global Cross-Border Privacy Rules Forum, also known as CBPR, we're helping countries put in place a voluntary privacy notification system to ensure that they can both promote privacy and facilitate cross-border data flows. And finally, today, I'm pleased to announce that the United States and the European Commission intend to bring together experts to collaborate on research projects that can benefit all DFI partners through secure and privacy-protected sharing of data and AI models. This focus on AI models that can live up to our values while serving our needs, this is what like-minded, like-valued nations of the world should be focused on, and what can be such a core deliverable of the DFI and this effort that we're undertaking today. And so what we are planning to do with the European Commission is to drive expert collaboration on how we actually make this real in terms of the development of artificial intelligence systems, starting with the following focus areas: extreme weather and climate forecasting, health and medicine, electric grid optimization, agricultural optimization, and emergency response management. I wanted to share all these initiatives with you, and I know it can sound like an alphabet soup and a long list of items and not highfalutin rhetoric, because I want to show that from the United States' perspective, our commitment to this initiative, to this effort, to this enterprise is not just about broad principles, is not just about a general vision. It is about specific, practical steps that we can take to vindicate those principles and to achieve that vision. The Declaration on the Future of the Internet is a wonderful document. It charts out a course for a better, safer, more secure, freer, more reliable internet for all. But to make that a reality, we need exactly the kinds of practical steps that the U.S. is committed to undertaking, that we have already launched, and that we look forward to working with all of the rest of you and trying to take forward in the days ahead. And all of this, we hope, reflects indeed, not just in word, how deep and enduring our commitment is to DFI, to its principles, and to its members. And so on behalf of President Biden, I wanted to close with a thank you. In looking at what we've accomplished just over the last 6 months, I'm confident this group will make critical progress in all of these areas. And in the months and years ahead, I look forward to welcoming additional partners. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your leadership and inspiration. And most of all, thank you for your partnership on this important challenge and for giving me the opportunity to address this gathering today.
Thank you, Vice President Jourová and National Security Advisor Sullivan, for taking the time to be here with us and for your words.
And I hope Mr. Sullivan also heard the warm applause that we have sent across the Atlantic. Now it's the end of the event today, so thank you all for being with us, and I hope that you have enjoyed the event, because I think it was a pretty busy day, right, Eva?
I would say so. I would agree definitely, Jakub. We have had the privilege to really hear many eminent speakers on some of the timeless and most challenging questions of our time, which will certainly continue to be on the minds of all of us, the decision makers too, I trust. And we will all come back to these topics in months and years that will come, I'm sure. I also would like to very much warmly thank you coming today to Prague, also for our speakers to be here with us today or remotely, to the interpreters that are here with us, also to the technicians that are a crucial support that everything goes smoothly today. So thank you, a warm welcome.
Big thanks to the whole team, also from the European Commission and from the Czech presidency, from the EEAS, the External Action Service, for making this event possible. But just to sum up everything, we have talked a lot about the declaration today, and we remember when the declaration was launched in April. Now it was the first event of the declaration, but we believe that this is just the first step on the long road. So we hope that with all of you and with also the more than 200 people who tuned in online, that we will be able to stay in touch and really turn these visions and these ideas and opinions that we have discussed today, turn them into reality. So really, we hope that we will be able to go to that road together. And I think we have laid down a good foundation today, right?
I hope so, Jakub. I hope so. This is just a continuation, one of the steps in the long, continuous cooperation.
Exactly.
I would also like to thank those that joined us today online. We had around 200 participants joining us online, so thank you very much for being with us remotely. We hope that you enjoyed the discussion as well as we did here in Prague.
And for those of you who are in Prague, we would like to invite you to drinks that are in the dining area, so that you can still continue talking, you can still continue networking, and you can just enjoy the late afternoon or the early evening in Prague. So thank you very much, and have a safe trip back home. And if you are staying for other conferences in Prague, then enjoy the city.
Goodbye, and see you soon in other events, I trust.
Thank you.